Once I thought I knew something, showed my hand and lost someone.
I was 32 years old when I handled the Friday case. There aren't that many times in a courtroom where kids have to testify, and you always try to avoid it. Even when they're the victim, you try to avoid it. You give the case away, you plea it out. This was different. I met you when you were just 7 years old. What do you remember about any of it? Anything?
All of it.
Do you really?
I mean, most of it, yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
In November of 1994, a very vivacious young lady named Farah Frada had just gotten her hair cut when she drove home, parked in her garage, and was surprised there by a man with a gun. Her neighbors heard gunshots, and Farah was evacuated by life flight to the hospital that night. It wasn't easy to piece together this horrible crime that left 3 young children without their mom. The investigators followed this trail that led through a whole bunch of pretty sketchy, shady characters, but it all led back to just one person. The first charges that were filed on this case made it land in my court. This was only my 6th death penalty case that I ever handled. We felt the need to use Farah's 7-year-old son on the witness stand to testify. My boss felt it was the wrong thing to do. As a brand new mother myself, and knowing how you feel about your baby, to ask any child to testify in a trial is a huge, horrible thing, maybe even scarring. Ultimately, we decided to do that. We felt like the evidence needed that to happen. This was the first big, different, crazy case that I ever handled. And a case that literally they wrote a book about, because you can't make up a case like this.
It's a Wednesday evening. My son Caleb was crying. I started to nurse him, and I'm sitting on my couch in my living room. Farah, who lived across the street, her garage door went open and the lights come on. And she's backing up into her driveway. And I hear a pop. I see Farah fall in her garage, and then I hear another pop. Immediately in my mind, I'm thinking she has boys are playing around. But I looked at my husband and said, if she doesn't get up in like 2 seconds, I'm calling 911. And she didn't get up.
Now in County, what is your emergency?
Yes, I just saw a shooting, please.
Okay, do you know if anybody's been shot?
Yes, I see the lady. I see her in her garage right now. She's been shot 2 times. There were 2 shots.
Passing motorist?
No, a guy in her garage waiting for her. I just saw his pants, and then I saw a black man, and he was dressed in black. And the lady's name is Farah. You need to send an ambulance. She's down.
In the midst of all of this, the lights in the garage go off. And I see this man come out from behind a tree, and he comes up to the road.
The suspect just got in the car that just pulled up. It was a silver car, I believe, with one burnt-out headlight. The suspect just took off.
My husband started to go outside, and I was yelling at him not to go, but he's like, he has to check on her. He knelt down by her, and he could tell that she was still breathing, but she was shallow in her breath, like she was dying. Farah has 3 kids, and our concern is where are the kids. It was very hard to believe this was happening in our neighborhood, right in front of us.
I get the call to the crime scene. Grabbed Daniel Blomberg, who was a partner of mine. We are responding from the sheriff's office as the forensic investigation team. The initial report I get is that there is an adult female victim identified as Farah Frada. She's been shot. As I walked into the scene, garage doors open. I see the reporting deputies from the constable's office. And there's a bunch of what we in the unit call uh-oh blood. In other words, enough blood came out of the victim that it looks like she might not make it. And so at that point, the judgment is made that it's the right thing to do to fly her on the helicopter to the hospital. I get my partner started on photography, and I start looking around. I inventory the garage. In the vicinity of what looks like where the crime took place, there's an automobile, there's bloodstains on the floor, there's medical refuse on the floor. I see a bunch of her property, purse and other items. And those items look like they're undisturbed. When you see that, well, it's not a robbery, most likely. I don't find any bullet casings. So kind of indicating to me they either cleaned them up or maybe used a revolver.
The first person that we want to talk to and try to rule out is the husband. We found out Robert Fratta was the husband of Farah Fratta, the woman that had been shot, but they were in the process of getting divorced.
Lots of neighbors had come out, and that's when Bob showed up. And the kids were in the car.
Bradley, the oldest, was 7, Daniel was 6, and Amber was 4 years old.
The scene was already taped off, and I just remember being approached by a lot of cops, and it was just a chaotic scene.
I went to the car and said, Bob, don't let the kids out of the car. And Amber looked at me and she said, did something happen to my mommy? It's like they knew. That broke my heart.
That's when we start hearing something has happened. I didn't know what. I wanted to see my mother, but I was told that I couldn't see her right now. She is being transported to a hospital and that I could see her in the morning. My brother and sister were younger than me, so their reactions weren't much, but I didn't know what exactly was going on. And then when I heard that I was going to be staying with my grandparents that night, I was afraid.
At the crime scene, while I'm talking to Robert, he was not asking questions that you would think someone would be asking when they find out that his wife and mother of his children has just been shot. He's focusing on telling the story about his alibi. Hey, I couldn't have done this. I was with my kids at church. Robert was asked to come to the homicide office for an interview. He's obviously works out. I guess you could call him a bodybuilder.
Have you ever been arrested?
No.
What type of work do you do?
Work for the city of Missouri City, combination firefighter, police officer.
You're a police officer?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see your ID?
I don't have it with me.
When one cop is interviewing another cop, they're aware that the person they're talking to knows all the rules. They know the game, they know the law, they know how to work all that to their advantage more than the typical suspect.
When you picked up your son at what time? Or your daughter, I'm sorry, Amber?
Amber was before 5 and the boys were about 5.
What'd you do with them?
Went to St. Mary's Church.
He told me that he had taken his children to church that night. He checked 2 of the children, the younger ones, into a nursery, and the oldest was preparing for his first communion.
Who hates your wife enough to?
Nobody I can think of. I mean, I can't think of anybody that hates her. All I can say is, check her lifestyle. She went out clubbing a lot, got a boob job and flaunted a lot.
It was obvious that he knew the procedures for interviews and interrogations. He was speaking freely the whole time, answering the questions and denying any involvement.
Did you arrange to have your wife killed?
No, I did not. I'll put it this way, too. I mean, if anything happens to her, what the hell am I going to do now? Me battling for custody was also relying on her to be paying me child support at $600 or $700 a month.
My interview with Robert, it just did not feel right. He didn't appear too troubled by what had just happened. It just makes me think, what is wrong with this guy? And that's just a clue that he's hiding something.
You know, I still, for some reason, I feel like she knew the person.
Robert's interview lasted 14 hours from the time he was brought down until the time he was released the next morning.
I remember Bob Fratta walking out of the sheriff's department where all the reporters are swarming him right after he's brought down to be interviewed. And he looks into that camera and does the whole, how do I look thing to the camera, like it's all a big fun game. Thinking, wow, your wife was just shot. You just took your children there and saw that. and you're up here today in your pretty blue jacket, shining for the camera.
He had an alibi, but I think Robert was involved in this somehow. He had this alternate lifestyle.
What he was doing was not normal.
That's when he decided he had to take care of Farah. She knew Farah, and she knew it was going to happen, and she didn't do one thing to stop it from happening.
The next morning, we woke up to my grandmother waking us up in bed and telling us that our mother had died. There wasn't anything after that that she would say that happened. She didn't tell us that my mother was murdered. I did not know exactly what happened. I did not know that she was shot, but I knew that she was no longer with us. And after that, probably for the next 2-3 hours, we just stayed in that bed and all cried.
So Lex and Betty Bacher, Farah's parents, took their grandchildren and they gave these 3 kids a home.
During the investigation, we spoke to some of Farah's friends so we could get a better idea of what was going on within the family.
I met Farah working at American Airlines. I actually worked in the office and she was a ticket agent. We were very good friends. We talked every day. Farah was very quiet, very shy. She's just sweet, good person. Farah's family came here from the UK. She started working for American Airlines, and that's how she met Bob. He was a ticket agent too, and they seemed to hit it off. He could charm the pants off anybody. They had a great time together. They had 3 beautiful kids, and they were happy. It didn't start falling apart till later. It took a while because Bob put up a good front, but he was actually very selfish, all about him, even when it came to the kids. And then Bob was abusive to Farah, but not physically. He knew her weaknesses. Bob knew that Farah was insecure about her body. He latched onto her insecurities and made them worse. I mean, it's one of the reasons why she got breast implants.
So then she not only just wanted to divorce him, she wanted the kids and custody, him to pay child support. They were fighting over 3 children, and they were fighting over the money and property. During the divorce, Farah was deposed, and some really nasty, ugly things had finally been spoken publicly about Bob Fratta for the first time.
The divorce proceedings revealed that Robert had this alternate lifestyle. That he would go to some seedy areas of Houston, that he liked to frequent topless clubs, you know, leather bars, that sort of thing. He preferred very kinky sex.
That kind of sex is what he really liked, and he wanted her to do that. And she had told other people she was disgusted by it and couldn't do it anymore. She was ready for that part of her life to be over with.
A lot of Robert's life revolved around the gym. So we spoke to people at the gym. We found out that Robert was telling them about the difficulties he was having at home. He would also tell them how he was getting ready to lose everything because of this divorce. Robert was not happy about it, that he was concerned that he would not have any money, that he would be broke, that he would have to pay child support. And that's when we found out that he was asking people if they knew anybody that would kill her for him.
Law enforcement learned Bob Fratta approached a lot of people about, do you know somebody that can kill my wife? Hey, I got some extra money, do you want to kill my wife? No one knew how serious to take him.
Most people that knew Bob knew he talked a lot. They thought that he was not serious about it, that he was blowing steam. When we found out that Robert's alibi was at St. Mary's, we went there and questioned employees and other people that were at the church that night. We found out that he was acting very strange. Getting up to make phone calls. It got to the point where employees of the church were getting angry with him because he was answering the phone instead of letting church staff answer the phone, like he was expecting phone calls.
Law enforcement talked to Bradley. Bradley had a great memory. Bradley remembered that night that Daddy was on the phone at church, that Daddy didn't usually even come into church when they went to catechism, but he did that night.
We asked for the toll records from St. Mary's. I wanted to see who he was calling or who was calling into the church.
Bradley remembered that Bob took all three of the kids to Wyatt's cafeteria after church. He even remembered his daddy using the payphone there.
While eating there, 2 times at least, to my knowledge, left us sitting in the booth and went to a payphone to make phone calls.
When we received the toll records from St. Mary's, a woman named Mary Gipp came up. We found out that calls were being made from the church to Mary Gipp's phone and from Mary Gipp's phone to the church. And also calls were going to a pager, which was registered to Mary Gipp.
The detectives were also able to identify calls made from Mary Gipp's phone to Wyatt's cafeteria that night.
And the calls were coming in about the time that Farah was killed.
The question is, who's Mary Gipp? And could she be involved with the murder of Farah Fratta?
Mary Gipp was contacted by detectives and questioned, but Mary was reluctant to talk. She did not offer any information about calls with Robert Fratta the night of the murder.
The detectives know that her phone is involved around the time of the murder, but they don't really know what that means. She didn't want to admit she knew anything. She balked, she stalled, she did everything she could to avoid helping law enforcement. But there's nothing to arrest her for at this point. So the detectives needed to figure out a way to get Mary Gipp to want to talk to her.
We found out that calls from Robert Fratta during the time that this murder occurred were going to a phone and to a pager registered to Mary Gipp. But Mary was reluctant to talk about the murder.
If you think someone really does know more information, you can play the hardball game where you threaten to take them to a grand jury, threaten to file charges. So in exchange for immunity, Mary Gipp agrees to tell the sheriff's department everything she knows, to cooperate completely, and to testify. She tells them that she's in a serious relationship with a man named Joe Price-Stash. They were living together in an apartment. She then says that Bob and Joe Price-Stash met at the gym, where she also went. They all knew each other. And that at some point, Bob Fratta approached Joe Price-Stash at that gym about, do you know somebody that can kill my wife?
We learned from Mary Gipp that he was offered $2,000 in a Jeep to do it. Joseph Price-Stash agreed to carry out the murder.
But the sheriff's office knew that Joe Price-Stash wasn't going to be the shooter because the shooter is a black male. Joe Price-Stash was the getaway driver because he drove his car that night that had a burnt-out headlight. Mary Gipp told the sheriff's department that their neighbor, Howard Guidry, was the person who shot Farah Fratta. Mary Gipp knew it was about to go down, yet she didn't call one person and warn them. Not Farah, not the police, not anybody. She let it happen.
Mary Gipp told us that after the murder, Price-Stash came back home and brought the weapon. During that time, Mary wrote down the serial number of the weapon, which was a .38 revolver. And she decides, hey, my insurance, for me to stay out of trouble, is to jot down this information.
4 months after the murder, law enforcement discovers the serial number was linked to a .38 Smith & Wesson, and law enforcement already had the gun in evidence.
In March of '95, there was a robbery at the Klein Bank.
Howard Guidry was involved in the Klein Bank robbery. He got caught and arrested, and he had that gun in his backpack, which led to being able to identify that weapon as being the murder weapon that killed Farrah Fradda. They run the serial number on the gun through ATF, and it comes back registered to Bob Fradda.
On March 8th, 1995, Howard Guidry was brought to the office for an interview and gave a full confession. Price Stash gave him the gun. The plan was to drop him off at the Fradda house, wait until Farrah came home and shoot her, and that Price Stash would come pick him up and they would make their getaway.
Joe Price Stash was arrested. He was brought in and interviewed, and he admitted his involvement. We have the murder weapon. We have Mary Gipp. We know of the involvement of Joe Price Stash and Howard Guidry. We know that Bob Fradda is the one pulling all the strings and masterminding all this. It's time to get all three of them indicted for capital murder because it's a murder for hire. A murder for hire is a special kind of murder under Texas law, and anyone involved, middleman, triggerman, hirer, are all guilty of the same thing, capital murder, and they can all three get the death penalty.
I was on the couch playing a board game. My grandparents were watching the news, and all of a sudden my father pops up on TV in handcuffs. I still at that time did not know it was because of what he did to my mother. What I felt at that time was curiousness. Why is it going on?
Bob Fradda, Joe Price Stash, and Howard Guidry were all indicted for the capital murder of Farrah Fradda. I was a chief in the 230th District Court. I was a pretty new chief. I was only 32 years old. I was pregnant with my second child. This turned out to be the 6th death penalty case that I handled. So I was new, I was young, I was just learning everything back then. So you have 3 defendants. Often, prosecutors would pick to try the shooter first. In most people's minds, they're the worst one. In my mind, the worst person here is Bob Fradda. He's the mastermind and he's a cop. We tried Bob Fradda first. We went into it knowing his would be the most difficult, so the evidence wasn't as obvious and simple for him because he's not the shooter. So the case against Bob Fradda was circumstantial. You don't have a confession. There was no videotape. There was no eyewitness. And that was the risk. That was the concern. Bob Fradda's on trial for the murder of his wife, Farrah Fradda. My job is to show the jury that divorce is the motive and to try and make them see the pieces of the story that prove that Bob, even though he wasn't there that night and he truly was alibied, was in charge of the whole thing that went down. The thing that I think drove Bob over the edge to find someone to kill his wife is that in their very nasty divorce, Farrah was deposed in a law office, not in the courtroom. And for the first time, she acknowledged what was going on in their sex life, things that he made her do, and that he's a sexual deviant.
We found out that Robert preferred to have people defecating on him during sex.
Bob was sick. What he was doing was not normal. She just couldn't handle it. Nobody could handle something like that.
So Bob and Farrah Fradda were fighting over custody of the 3 kids. They were fighting over money, and I think Bob Fradda was worried that his sexual desires were about to be made very, very public. That's when he decided he had to take care of Farrah. Bob Fradda had what a lot of people would call the perfect alibi. Catechism class for his kids during the window of the time of the murder. Bradley was 7, Daniel was 6, and Amber was 4. Even though there were other witnesses and ladies at the church that saw Bob Fradda that night, the only people that were with Bob Fradda the entire night were his 3 children. So my boss at the time, Casey O'Brien, and I went round and round about, but do we put his 7-year-old son on the witness stand in front of the jury to talk about his dad, who he loved. What would a jury think? Would they be so mad at us for doing that they wouldn't do their job? I didn't think so. In case you just felt it was the wrong thing to do. But Bob Fratta's never going to testify, so how am I going to prove Bob Fratta was taking all those phone calls at St. Mary's and Wyatt's cafeteria that very night? Bradley was there, which is why we called him as a witness. He was so little. And he sits up there on the chair, and where do you think he looked? At his dad. And he looked at his dad almost the whole time. He would look over at me and answer the questions, but it was the first time he'd seen his dad in a very long time because Bob was in custody. And he doesn't know what all this means. I doubt he knew that he was testifying against his father. The prosecutor part of me was coldly thinking, let's focus here. The mother part of me wanted to cry and just yank him off and take him out. I mean, look what he'd been through. He buried his mom, his life has changed, he's now living with his grandparents. He has no parents, and now he's testifying in a courtroom. Doesn't get worse than that. But he's answering my questions, and he remembered everything with hardly any hesitation or confusion. Bradley's testimony is the connecting dot between all the phone calls that Bob Fratta made that night from the church and from Wyatt's cafeteria. The phone records show that those calls were all made from Bob Fratta to Joe Pricedash, who was using Mary Gipp's phone while he was with Howard Guidry on the night of the murder. We were able to match up 2 phone calls that went to the Wyatt's cafeteria where Bob Fratta was the night of the murder. One call came before the shooting and one came after. The defense didn't have a lot of cross-examination questions for Bradley. There's no way anybody could ever think that he was making it up or lying, not in that little boy voice, the way he said it. And I think that he broke the jury's heart. Hi, Bradley.
I can.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, absolutely.
You still look the same.
You do
really
too. You look better.
Wow, you look so good. You look so young.
Thank you.
I was really dreading seeing Bradley. I wondered for so many years, how's he doing? How's he really doing? And I never reached out to him because I appreciate that anything having to do with me is a reminder of the worst thing in his life. I still, to this day, wonder how much impact that had on Bradley psychologically, or how he grew up dealing with the fact that he testified against his own father. We took a lot of criticism in Black for putting you on the stand.
I bet you did.
Having to go through all that as a baby, 7 years old.
I had no idea why I was answering these questions for you.
Right.
I had no idea that my dad was the one being charged, you know, so I'm pretty sure I smiled at him when I looked at him.
And you went like this?
Yep, I remember I waved.
The crucial part of connecting your dad to the scene was all those phone calls.
Yes, ma'am. I remember being at church that night. I remember him walking away from us multiple times to use the phone. I remember specifically 2 times at Wyatt's Cafe, him leaving us at the booth that we were at to go use the payphone.
Did you ever, in the years since then, when you got older, wonder why legally we made you do that? I made you do that? Did you ever wonder that?
It was needed. I know it. All I want was justice for my mother, and I wanted the truth. And if that had to come out from me for people to know as well, then that's how it had to be. I appreciate you, is what I want you to know out of anything.
You're very sweet.
I said I wasn't gonna cry, but...
So did I. You mean a lot to a lot of us.
You mean a lot to my family. Thank you.
In most of the solicitations of capital murders that I've handled, the mastermind had to ask around a little bit or talk about it a little bit. Bob Fratta had a big mouth, and he was braggadocious, and at the gym is where he talked the most. He would try to get other people to help him out, taking care of his wife, and we put those people on the stand too. The defense countered that it was literally locker room talk. All men say that about their wives when they're going through a divorce. Oh, come on, he was just kidding. but he did it to too many people, including at work where he was a cop, so that didn't really play. In every murder case, you have to put on someone who knows the victim to talk about the circumstances going on in Farah's life at that time. We already knew that we couldn't use Farah's dad because he was too angry. He lost his baby, he was mad. And we didn't think that Lex could keep it cool. We thought the safer play was to put Betty Backer on the stand, Farah's mom, because we thought she could handle it a little better. Betty gets on the stand. She's looking into the eyes of her son-in-law who killed her baby. And she lost it. Betty starts screaming at Bob and calling him a monster. The defense stands up, starts screaming, mistrial, mistrial. They're objecting. The judge is yelling at the jury, take him out, take him out. And oh boy, here we go. We put Betty Backer on the stand, Farah's mom, and she immediately starts screaming at Bob and calling him a monster. The defense stands up, starts screaming, mistrial, mistrial. It's bad, but you got to remember poor Betty. When Bob Frada got arrested, she saw it on TV. She's never been able to confront him with the knowledge that he killed her baby. And I'm trying to tell her, you got to be cool. You can't cry. Just answer my questions. Don't be rude. All the rules that we ask them to follow, they're hard. I really wonder how any family can ever keep it together. I'm pretty sure I would lose it. I'd be one of those people coming over the railing trying to get you. The judge yelled at her. He yelled at me, but denied the motion for a mistrial, told us to straighten it up, and we started again. After we set up the weeks and days that led to Farah Frada's murder, we get to the actual plan that they actually carried out the day of the murder. It was important for the jury to understand that Bob, even though he wasn't there that night, was in charge of the whole thing that went down. And Joe Price-Dash, at the time his serious girlfriend, was Mary Gibb. She is a hugely important witness for this case. In Texas, you need to be guilty of helping commit the offense of capital murder. Mary Gibb didn't do that. She was aware it was going on, but she did not help the capital murder happen. She's the connect-the-dot witness between Joe Price-Dash to Howard Guidry to Bob Frada. Mary Gibb made me sick. I couldn't stand her. She knew Farah, and she knew it was going to happen, and she didn't do one thing to stop it from happening. You try to always judge your witness through the lens of a juror, because that's what counts, their vote. A juror doesn't care about my legal requirements. They just know how they feel. So I appreciated a jury's going to hate her. And I said that in opening statement. My line was, you're going to meet a lady that you can't stand. She's going to make you sick to your stomach, and she's going to disgust you. Even if you hate her, you still have to believe her. The main thing we were worried about was, does she come across as credible enough for a jury to believe she's telling the truth? Mary Gibb testifies that on November the 9th, 1994, she sees Joe Price-Dash get dressed all in black, walk out the door, and tells her he's going to go pick up Howard Guidry. She knows why they're leaving and what they're leaving for. She remembers that Joe Price-Dash comes back home. He tells her it's done. He had that gun, that .38, so she was able to write down the serial number to that .38 that was used because she knew that what they were doing was wrong. And she anticipated that one day law enforcement was going to need that information.
There's one person that I will never, ever forgive, and that's Mary Gibb.
I understand.
I know that she knew what was going to happen.
And she didn't do a damn thing.
She didn't do a damn thing.
She didn't pick up the phone and call anybody, and she didn't try to stop it. And she has to live with it every day, knowing what a horrible, selfish, weak person she is.
I guess that's punishment enough.
I think her life has been pretty horrible ever since that day. All the consequences, right?
Yeah.
Your whole life is different because of it.
Yeah.
When Mary Gibb testified, the defense was kind of in a quandary because they wanted to attack her character with the whole, you're a lousy human being because you knew this was going to happen and you did nothing. But if you do that, you're acknowledging that everybody knew it was going to happen and they still participated in it. They also tried to discredit her because she stayed with Joe Price Stash even after she knew what he did and what he was capable of. The defense cross-examination wasn't effective enough to undermine her credibility, in my opinion. So when she got off the witness stand, I remember thinking, yes, she did a good job. The defense's final argument was a compilation of all of our evidence is just circumstantial, and they tried to undermine the credibility of Mary Gipp. They made the argument that night at church, when his alibi was catechism for the kids and he was on the phone a lot, what's the big deal? Bob's always on the phone. That doesn't mean he was communicating about her murder that night. And the most important argument they made is that because there was an eyewitness to the shooting, we all know that Bob Frotta wasn't the shooter because that was a black male. In our closing argument, we were telling the jury again why we put on each and every witness and what the point of their testimony was. We talked about the divorce and the trigger, the fact that the world is fixing to know what a sick bastard Bob Frotta is, in addition to the custody and all the rest of his controlling issues. And in the whole wide world, who in the world will want Farrah Frotta dead but Bob? If you're not the trigger man, but you provide the weapon, you're assisting. If you're encouraging someone to do it by giving them money like Bob Frotta, that makes you a party, an accomplice. We want the jury to understand that even though he wasn't there and he was smart enough to use some fools to do it for him, don't let him get away with it. He's the puppeteer here. He's the mastermind here. Hold him accountable. He's guilty of capital murder. The jury goes out to deliberate guilt. If Bob Frotta is not found guilty, then what do you do with the other two? After less than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Robert Frotta guilty of capital murder. It is always satisfying when a jury comes to such a quick verdict because they see the evidence the same way we do.
I was not in court when the verdict came in. I'm at my grandparents' house, and my grandfather comes with my grandmother and sits all three of us down, and he proceeds to tell us that our father is responsible for our mother's death, and that our father was going to be going away as well. We were never going to see him again. I couldn't process my father had someone kill my mother. I still looked at my father like he's my father, you know, and I'm still trying to understand why or if this is even real. But at that time, I turned on my father. He was responsible for my mother's death. He's behind bars, and anger came towards him, and just basically running through my mind with the question, why?
Now, to me, the real trial begins. Was he going to get the ultimate punishment in the state of Texas? And that's the death penalty.
The same jury is asked to go back there and vote. Does the defendant get the death penalty by answering these questions? Is he a future threat? And is life more warranted than the death penalty? Here was the challenge in this case. Bob Frotta was not the shooter. And him being a cop and a first offender, would that make just one juror decide, okay, he doesn't need the death penalty? And if they decided that one juror, then we've lost the death penalty. The jury came back with a punishment verdict, and it didn't take them very long.
It was a bittersweet moment for the family of Farrah Frotta. On this day, family members watched as her husband was sentenced to die for arranging the murder.
The heinousness of this crime, the planning and the premeditation and the kind of man that he is, he deserved the death penalty.
Besides just knowing that he's guilty, what about the fact that his punishment was the death penalty?
I liked it at first when I was younger. As I grew older, I thought, you know, I don't care if he would just sit in jail for the rest of his life, to be honest with you.
In 1994, we did not have life without parole. So had your dad gotten a life sentence, it would have been a life sentence where one day he would have been eligible for parole. So that was the choice the jury had, life and death, okay? The next case we tried was Joe Price Stash's. And his jury also gave him the death penalty. The last case we tried was Howard Guidry's case. And again, the jury gave him the death penalty. Every single person involved in committing this crime received the death penalty. And that's the only case that I know of in the United States of America where that's happened. What do you remember about your mom?
I have specific memories that I can remember, you know, us going to the pool or her working out, just little things.
Remember how pretty she was?
Yeah.
Okay. At one point, you tried to, like, reach out to your dad and talk to him, Kay?
I went and saw him, my brother and I.
When?
When I was 18, and my brother was 16 or 17.
So y'all went to death row to see him? Wow, tell me about that.
I just wanted to hear, maybe he would confess to me.
Or
maybe
say he's sorry.
Sorry or anything, but he just constantly wanted to say he's innocent.
How much time did your dad spend asking about y'all?
It wasn't much.
Okay.
I mean, it was honestly just him trying to convince us that he's behind bars for no reason.
I've never been to an execution. You went, huh?
As long as I can remember, I knew I wanted to go.
Did he say anything to you?
Nothing.
He didn't?
No.
Did he say anything at all?
They asked him if he had any last words, and he said no.
Really?
That was it.
Okay. Wow.
I think I really have one question for you. Like, you are 100% certain it was Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Bradley.
That's it.
There's no doubt about it. When Bradley asked, "Are you sure my dad did it?" I tried not to let it show on my face, but I was like, I wanted to cry and I wanted to scream. Deep down in his heart, he's still that little boy whose daddy killed his mom. And that's a horrible thing to have to accept, and you just don't want to ever believe it, do you? Thank you. Tell your brother and sister and grandma and Zane, okay? I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Your mom will be very proud of you.
I know she is. Thank you, Kelly.
Yes, you're
Thank
welcome.
you for everything.
Thank you. I learned so much from this horrible crime. I learned about what divorces do to people. And also, everybody knows that most cops are there for the right reason. But this case reminds us all that there are bad cops. And when you have a bad cop, that can be a really difficult case to have to handle. This case, too, reminds you when people say things like, "Hey, do you know anybody that'll help me kill my wife?" Take it seriously. Call them out on it. Do something. If one of those people that Bob Bratta popped off to had said something, Farrah would still be alive today. I think that anyone who becomes a prosecutor realizes the cases that you care about the most are the ones when the most innocent of us are hurt or murdered. If you can't protect them, then what are you doing? My grandma was 99 when she passed away, and I remember thinking, oh, she's super safe. When she went to her retirement home, nothing can happen to her. You have to feel that way. You need to feel that way. But in 2018, law enforcement officers around Dallas, Texas, happened upon a serial killer that was preying on a world of very vulnerable victims. Everyone assumed since the victims were older, they were dying of natural causes. But these were not natural deaths. It was murder. And the killer was able to take the lives of over 20 people.
Police say they plan to review every single death of an elderly woman in the area where there was no witness.
That morning, I was out running errands, and Scott called me and said he got a call from somebody who said that Mom didn't make it to the Dallas Cowboys watching party, and she wasn't at church.
It's terrifying when you get that call that somebody who's very reliable, who never missed a Cowboy game in the history of the Cowboys, was missing church, missing her friends, missing that Cowboy party, and not answering her phone. You panic. After calling our mother multiple times and her not answering, then it was very obvious there was something wrong. I contacted Rob, and we headed straight to the house.
I was the first one there. Unlocked the door, called for her, ran through the living room, and I saw her feet sticking out on the side of the bed. She was really pale. Her arm was across her face. I took her arm across, and her glasses were all messed up. She was unresponsive, dead on her bedroom floor.
I'm just in shock.
2 weeks before, the doctor said, perfect health, you're gonna live another 20 years. What happened?
Your brain's trying to process that this woman that you'd spent Christmas with a week before is laying crumpled on the floor, dead. Rob stepped out to call 911. This flood of people to start rolling in. First responders, the EMTs, then the police show up. The detective had told me they've looked her over. They don't see any signs of a struggle, no bruising. They turned her back. Everything was fine.
We asked the police, hey, we noticed that she was missing her rings on her fingers, her wedding ring and then a ring that my dad got her.
That she never took off. These were fixtures, and they were gone.
And they say old people hide stuff. The police didn't think there was any foul play. It was natural causes.
Our mother was very engaged in church, very supportive of the community. She was a very positive person. She was very optimistic. Things were always going to work out, keep a positive attitude, look to the future, be nice to people. Things tend to work out. That was kind of how she lived her life.
Sweet, sweet lady.
Couldn't have asked for a better woman to raise us, to be there for us through our entire lives.
When you think of the safest, nicest, most well-off part of Dallas County, you think of Plano, Texas. It's where you go when you have everything. So if your mother is retired there, living in a home there, you're going to think she's pretty safe. But in 2018, all that was put into question.
Plano 911, what's the emergency?
We have a neighbor that we cannot awake.
Okay, is she
Yes,
breathing?
she is breathing.
Okay, and how old are they?
She must be almost 90.
Okay.
We can't wake her up.
After the paramedic spoke with Mary Bartell, he felt there was something more to this story, and he wanted an officer to investigate this. I responded to the hospital, spoke with Mary Bartell, introduced myself to her, and asked her if she would tell me in her own words what had happened. At around 8:30 in the morning, she walks to her front door after hearing constant knocking. As she was going to the door, this suspect pushes his way in. First thing she sees and focuses on is his green gloves. He told her to go to the bed, and she just complied. When she got to the bed, he pushed her down, grabbed one of her pillows from her bed, and put it on top of her face and chest and just pushed down real hard. Mary Bartell thought she was going to die. That's the last she remembers. Mary Bartell states that she was missing jewelry, rings that she had on both of her hands, one of those rings being a wedding ring that she's had for 50 years and never really took it off. My first priority was to get an investigator to Mary Bartell's house. So I contact another detective, and as she was going to process Mary Bartell's crime scene, she learns there is a suspicious death investigation right across the hall, which is Ann Conklin's residence. So at that point, the Plano Police Department was investigating one death, Ann Conklin, and attempted murder on Mary Bartell to see if they were related or not. We started to do a canvass, looking for any other witnesses, any other video, anything that would give us a lead. We learned that just a few days before, on March 15th, a gentleman by the name of Richard Plink picked up his mother to take her to a doctor's appointment and observed this black male, well-dressed, sitting in his Nissan Altima at Preston Place. And later, he noticed the same person was still in the same parking lot, but at a different parking spot. He just thought it was weird, So he asked him if he could help him with anything. And this man stated that he was fine, that he was just waiting for his next therapy appointment. That's not really unusual because there's older people in that community, but that was not settling to him. So he wrote down the license plate, and when we ran it, we learned the driver of that car was listed as Billy Schmiermeyer. So we started looking at Billy Schmiermeyer a little bit more and learned that he had some prior arrests for criminal trespass at another senior living center in Dallas. Now we know that we need to locate Billy Schmiermeyer. There was this red jewelry box with a name of Lou T. Harris.
With the possibility of more victims on their hands, officers do a welfare check on Lou T. Harris.
4 or 5 cases quickly jumped to almost 10 cases.
An attack on a 90-year-old woman named Mary Bartell leads police to the connection of another case that might be related in another part of Dallas, where a suspect named Billy Schmiermeyer had a prior arrest for a criminal trespass at another senior living facility 2 years earlier.
Edgemere is a senior living facility in Dallas. And in April of 2016, security personnel had noticed that this man had been around and they weren't sure why, and he was given a warning not to return. Then he did return in June.
This man is stating that he was a healthcare worker involved with the location, which ultimately was not true. And Dallas PD identified him as from Billy Schmiermeyer. He had no affiliation with that location and was given a criminal trespass. So we had started looking at Billy Schmiermeyer a little bit more. Billy Schmiermeyer is an individual who came to the United States in the early 2000s from Kenya, who had a visa for a short period of time to be here to work and got into the healthcare business as a caregiver. So we started getting very suspicious that maybe our person of interest in the attack on Mary Bartell and the death of Ann Conklin is Billy Schmiermeyer. We learned from Dallas PD that Billy Schmiermeyer had a warrant out for his arrest for public intoxication out of Dallas. Detective Tripiate and I discussed it and said, he's a person of interest. Let's get him in custody, bring him to the Plano Police Department jail, sit down and talk to him and see what we learn. The arrest team set several officers throughout his apartment complex. A person who we believe to be Billy Schmiermeyer drove in around 6 p.m. We had a detective near a dumpster. Billy Schmiermeyer drives to that dumpster and then discarded some items. He was able to see Billy Schmiermeyer get back into his car and drive to his assigned parking space. They went up to him and made the arrest. And when they extracted him out of the vehicle, on his person, Billy Schmiermeyer had some jewelry, bracelets, some $2 bills. As they detained him, they went and looked at the dumpster to find out what did he discard. There was this red jewelry box, and it had miscellaneous items with a name of Lou T. Harris.
With the possibility of more victims on their hands, while Billy Schmiermeyer is being detained, officers do a welfare check on Lou T. Harris, who lives in the Dallas city limits, which borders Plano, Texas.
Upon our arrival, we were told by Dallas PD that Miss Harris was located inside the residence. The residence was secure, and she was found deceased next to her bed. Everything appeared to be natural. We discussed with Dallas PD deployment that we were investigating, specifically Mary Bartell, and that the likelihood of the weapon being a pillow, because that's what Mary Bartell described her weapon to be. They went back inside and found a smeared lipstick on Lou T. Harris's pillow. We also informed them that we found a set of keys in the center console of the car that Billy Schmiermeyer was arrested out of. And they confirmed that the keys go to her front door. At that point, they agreed based on what they found and our investigation with Mary Bartell, it was decided that Dallas PD Homicide needed to get involved.
I'm feeling a lot of fear and panic because we've never had police presence on our street. One of the neighbors told me Lou T had been murdered. To think that something like this would have happened to Lou T was beyond sad. Lou was friendly. She was funny.
Lou T. Harris is a fascinating woman. She had grown up in Vietnam, and she was actually airlifted out of Saigon when it fell. She married an American man, and she made a life for herself here in Texas.
In 2018, Lou was living by herself. Her husband had already passed away. So you never really thought about, we need to make sure if she needs something, because she always gave you the complete sense of independence.
The day after the arrest of Billy Schmiermeyer, my partner and I go to Dallas PD and go speak with Billy Schmiermeyer in their interview room.
Detective Trubiarte. Point of police.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Martinez. Good to meet you guys.
Billy Schmiermeyer was just like a happy person, not a worry.
Been a busy night, hasn't it?
It is.
It is.
When Billy Schmiermeyer was initially arrested, it was only for a Class C public intoxication. But that allows them to take him into custody and ask him questions about anything they want to. At some point after that, if they believe there's enough evidence to charge him with something else, they can.
Those people scared me yesterday, the officers was like, I thought that looked like a movie, and I was like, is this real?
Oh, it's real.
No, and
Our thought process going into this is we're not going to probably get a confession from him.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
We just wanted him to talk and see what nuggets of evidence that we could use against him.
You're telling me that your phone stays with you?
Yeah.
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 No one else has that phone?
No.
When Billy Schmiermeyer is being detained, shockingly, he agrees to voluntarily give them his cell phone. Maybe because at that time he didn't realize that would also give the investigators access to his text messages, any photos he had on his phone, and also his GPS locations.
So Monday would be the 19th. Yes. Or what'd you do that morning? Oh, that morning I went to meet this guy on, I had a ring and to sell to this guy on, they're on 75 and Coit. There's a Starbucks there.
March 19th, when Mary Bartell was attacked and possibly Ann Conklin, he told us, he did go sell a ring. He went to Starbucks, but stayed up and down that he was never at Preston Place in the morning. He was at home at the time.
You know the Preston Place is basically adult living center?
Your phone is telling us that you're there too. No.
When we did legal process and got his cell phone records and got his location data, that was absolutely a lie.
If you're involved in this or not? No, I'm okay.
And he was professing that he was innocent, not worried that he did anything wrong, that evidence was showed that he did nothing wrong. And it was like, okay, do you mind giving us your DNA?
Are you allowing us to get it to the buckle swab?
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay with that? Voluntarily giving that to us? Sure. Make sure you're okay with that. I am very okay. Anything in there? Fingerprints, lie detector test. Okay.
After talking to Billy Schmiermeyer, he was charged with the capital murder of Lou T. Harris and the attempted murder of Mary Bartell.
I want the truth.
That's I don't even need a lawyer, and I did not do any wrong.
Point of police.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Martinez.
Billy Schmiermeyer is under arrest for the attacks and murders of elderly women in Dallas and Plano, Texas. But they want to build their cases and find more evidence to make the cases even stronger.
Early in the morning, the time we were interviewing Billy Schmiermeyer, Dallas PD was wrapping up their crime scene investigation in Lou T. Harris's home. They found that there was a receipt that showed a nearby Walmart and her making a purchase prior to her death, which led him to Walmart to investigate that further. And learned that Billy Schmimmer was also at that same Walmart just prior to Lutie Harris being killed in her home. It is suspected that Billy Schmimmer is at that Walmart hunting for victims. He's scoping out Lutie Harris, doing some surveillance on her, looking for opportunity, and to determine if this is going to be someone he can victimize.
As you have detectives working on the cases in Plano and in Dallas, the investigators become aware of yet another case in Richardson, Texas. Mary Brooks died 2 months prior to the first cases.
Mary Brooks was an 87-year-old woman who was living in the Dallas area. On January 31st, 2018, Mary Brooks's grandson gets a call from his mother, who's worried about her mother, and she asks him to check on her. And the grandson found that his grandmother was dead.
I was just going to do one last look at her just to make sure I didn't see any suspicious wounds or anything.
There were groceries all out on her counters. They hadn't been put away. Her family discovered missing jewelry, and there was a receipt that showed that she had been on a shopping trip to Walmart.
Richardson PD's investigation led him to the same Walmart that Lutie Harris was at. She was grocery shopping on the day she was killed, but they didn't have a suspect at that time until we learned of Billy Schmimmer, Walmart, and Lutie Harris. So then Richardson PD started to look, okay, can we put Billy Schmimmer at the Walmart? When Mary Brooks was there, Richardson PD was able to show in the video Billy Schmimmer was parked in relation to where Mary Brooks was parked. And when Mary Brooks returned to her car, you see the silver Nissan Altima, which is believed to be Billy Schmimmer's vehicle, exit with her and follow behind her. And shortly after is when she was found deceased. We met with Dallas PD, Richardson PD, Frisco PD. They also had some stuff that they were very interested in Billy Schmimmer being their person of interest. And when we looked at it, it's like, okay, let's look at the location data. Can we put Billy Schmimmer there? Oh, we can. We're jumping from cases to cases, and 4 or 5 cases quickly jumped to almost 10 cases. And it spiderwebbed from that point.
On July 16th, 2018, there was a phone message from a task force that was investigating a killer who went around to independent living properties. My mother, Doris Gleason's death was being investigated as a homicide. It took my breath away. On Sunday, October 30th, 2016, I drove over to pick my mother up for church. I get to the door. The door is unlocked. I walk in and see her on the floor over by the dining room table, and she was gone. She was 92. I felt shock, sadness, a bit of devastation. I had never experienced a death like that. And then when I hear that Mama had been murdered, I am floored.
The detective who was working the Schmimmer case called me to go and look at pictures of jewelry that they'd gotten off of Billy Schmimmer's phone. We asked the detective, are you implying that you think that Billy Schmimmer killed our mother? And he said, I'm convinced of it. He said, I've already pulled records from his cell phone, and his cell phone was in the vicinity of her house on Saturday and on Sunday morning before you found her dead. Suddenly you find out she's died violently, and you start the grieving process all over again. And now you're grieving a violent death.
While Billy Schmimmer is in custody, 4 different police departments are already working on all these investigations, and the number is now up to 22 different victims. This makes Billy Chemirmir one of the most horrendous, prolific serial murders in Texas history. But will there be enough evidence on any one of these cases to actually convict him?
When the case first came into our office, there was talks about that we might have a serial killer that is preying on elderly individuals. To be honest with you, I didn't think it would turn into the volume of cases that it actually turned into. I just didn't think that was possible. In the end, he had 22 indictments for capital murder and 2 indictments for attempted capital murder out of not only our county, Dallas County, but also including Collin County. It is a lot. Just had total disregard for human life. And then judicial economy, in the end, you can't try all of these cases. We had what we believed the strongest case with the Lou T. Harris. Mr. Chemirmir was found with her property hours after being with her. We went back and found him at Walmart at the same time. And so that became a very strong case for us circumstantially.
Having Mama's case not being tried was incredibly frustrating, but I also recognize the need for the strongest case. The goal was to get those convictions. And if that wasn't my mom's case, then okay.
I was brought on to Billy's case and became one of his 3 attorneys. I was intrigued in regards to the facts and allegations in and of itself, and then just the sheer number of indictments that were coming out against Mr. Chemirmir. No matter the number of indictments or charges against him, he's simply accused. And that's where we have to make the jury aware of, is until they decide something different, meaning that the state has proven its case to each and every one of them beyond a reasonable doubt. He's just simply accused of these offenses.
The challenges in this case are, let's be honest, the amount of evidence was overwhelming. Was it circumstantial? Yeah, but what a lot of circumstantial evidence. That being said, you still have to present that evidence very understandably, very concisely. And the other big challenge you always have is you still have to pick your jury, and you better not pick one bad juror.
Our goal in this case was to see that Billy Chemirmir died in prison. In these types of cases for the death penalty, we would have to go to Kenya. We would have to do those types of things to do a good full background on him. That was unavailable to us. It was unavailable to the defense. And we would have to have delayed it even further. And we needed to get resolution to this case.
In the morning, jury selection will begin in Dallas for the trial of an alleged serial killer. That is Billy Chemirmir. The pandemic is going to prevent victims' families from witnessing his trial in person.
The whole scenario was just different. We were not allowed to have anybody in the courtroom that was not part of the trial. The victims' families, they couldn't face the person who had done this to their loved one. They had to watch it like everybody else did through closed-circuit television.
If I'm on a jury in COVID time and the family members have to come in one by one with masks on to testify, that's not going to have the same impact as seeing a courtroom full of cops and victims' family members and people watching the trial. They didn't get the real feel of anybody's pain or anguish or frustration.
In opening statement, I really just want to tell the jury kind of a glimpse of what they're going to see, what they're going to hear, and how I believe the case is going to be set out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a case about stalking, smothering, and stealing.
When it came time to presenting evidence to the jury, we really wanted to show that there was a close connection to Billy Chemirmir and Ms. Harris. When the Plano Police Department arrested Billy Chemirmir, he had in his hands the jewelry of Lou T. Harris. And I used family members to identify those items and say, yes, I recognize those as being things that she was wearing.
Do you know any reason why she would get rid of these things?
No, those were her personal items that she wore every day.
We then present cell phone data showing Mr. Chemirmir's actions, placing him at locations that link directly to Lou Harris. We relied heavily on the FBI in putting together our mapping of the pattern of Billy Chemirmir on these days. Typically, he would go to a location where there is a victim. He would stay there for a certain amount of time, pick his victim, murder them, take their jewelry. Then he would travel down to a known location where you could sell these items. and then head back home.
On these cell phone records, we see here March 15th, March 19th, and March 20th.
Yes, sir.
So the response to this state, asserting that Billy was at these locations by way of the cell phone data, what their expert is able to say is that the device that they believe belonged to Billy Chemirmir was pinged or located in certain areas, but they cannot say that it was actually Billy himself. It's simply the device.
The defense's strategy in this case, with the overwhelming amount of evidence that there was to try to create reasonable doubt. You try to poke holes in each witness little by little and argue reasonable doubt. In this case, you would think that's a stretch because there was so much evidence, but sometimes that tactic works.
In criminal trials, using evidence of other crimes or bad acts is generally not admissible. However, it can be for limited purposes. In this case, it was more for motive and identity, since no one actually saw him kill anyone. But we wanted them to know that this same person with the same profile and the same similar acts had been with other women who were killed. This is the correct person. We have the right person.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
We decided to go with Mary Bartell because she brings to this case a voice for all the victims. She is the victim who survived, and she was able to tell her story through deposition.
I heard this very insistent rapping at the door. The door was opening inward, and when my eyes were just fixated on these green rubber gloves, I knew instantly, number one, I should not have opened the door. Number two, my life was in grave danger. He just smashed a pillow down hard over my face and my chest, and I just couldn't breathe.
The defense lawyer was able to cross-examine her in her deposition the same way he would have in the courtroom before COVID happened.
She said the individual that walked in was very articulate and very well spoken, and asked about an accent. She said she didn't recall hearing an accent.
You didn't notice any kind of accent or anything about his voice that stood out to you?
No, I was just mainly concerned about whether I could get some help before I died.
And anyone that's ever heard Billy speak, he has a very thick accent. And that's important. The jury needs to understand that that's important.
Did you ever look at his face?
I was fixated by the green rubber gloves.
Okay, so you never did get a look at his face?
No, I did not.
There was nothing that placed him there except for Mary Bartell. And so if you think she's mistaken or that credibility is not as high as what you would like it to be as a juror, then you set that case aside and ask yourself, is the evidence sufficient to prove that it was Billy beyond all reasonable doubt?
We wanted to show Mr. Chemirmir's interrogation video because Billy Chemirmir did not have a good story as to why he's in possession of Lou T. Harris's items. He stated that he acquired them from a man on the side of the road. He couldn't give us the man's name. It just seems so illogical that he is at Walmart with Lou T. Harris and then happens to buy from some random man her items hours later and is caught with them.
You had their money. You had their jewelry. You had their jewelry box.
I believe them playing his statement backfired a little bit. And the reason I say that is because he gave himself a defense.
Do you think that the items are stolen?
That was what I was thinking because of the light. Why is he bringing all this, the box with everything?
Way too many times in my career, when I was getting ready for trial, I would tell my main detective, I'm not going to offer your interview of the defendant. And they would get very upset. And I would say, no, it's self-serving. He doesn't tell the whole truth. He minimizes his involvement. He acts like it's self-defense. Why would I offer his version of what happened? By presenting the videotaped interview of Billy Shamir, the state allowed that to be his way of putting his defense on. And they weren't able to cross-examine him at the same time because he never had to testify. And the state doesn't get to say, we call Billy Shamir to the stand. It's not up to them. If he chooses not to testify, that's the end of his story.
That's what this entire case is about, is reasonable doubt. And it is rampant.
There was so much evidence that they had introduced.
You've seen an exorbitant amount of evidence and items put in, but we're talking about quality and not quantity.
And that was my argument, is they're presenting all these things, but what is the quality of this evidence in regards to them meeting their burden?
In this day and age, with what juries expect today with modern forensics, which I'm so sick of hearing, there's no such thing as too much evidence. I wish we could all have that problem.
This is the first time in my career as a prosecutor I've been accused of bringing too much evidence. It was mentioned a couple of times that this is going to be a difficult chore on your part. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think it's going to be that difficult.
Once we concluded closing statements, the case is in the jury's hands. We just have to wait now for their answer.
I happened to be there in the courthouse, and the evidence was so well laid out. So we were expecting 30 minutes later the jury to come back. And as that jury waited and waited and waited and then went home to come back the next day, we were very concerned.
And it went a little longer and kept going a little longer. And I said, well, somebody's back there thinking.
This case should have been a slam dunk, and you would expect a quick verdict. But it took over 2 days. The jury was still deliberating, and they still hadn't come up with a verdict.
After several notes that were sent out by the jury, they were deadlocked, unable to reach a verdict.
Judge Jones, we remain deadlocked at 11-1. After additional deliberation, we've received no change.
Then I moved and requested a mistrial, and it was granted.
Mistrial has occurred, or a hung jury has occurred.
We are just disappointed that they could not come to the correct and obvious. Yeah.
I don't have a word to describe the unfairness, the injustice.
Given that Lou T. Harris's case was, by the prosecutor's judgment, their strongest case, and they got a hung jury, they had to have been devastated when they got that back. Unfortunately, what all those family members learned is with the jury, you never know what's going to happen.
When I heard of the mistrial, I was disappointed for the families and immediately started thinking about participating in the second trial.
The elected DAs in big counties have a huge office to run. 300 lawyers work for them. So when the DA, John Creuzot, comes aboard to try the case with Glenn Fitzmartin, that's a big deal.
We went into the second trial terrified of another mistrial.
I think there was also resolve on the part of the families to come back and make sure that we did whatever we could to help the DA to close that case on the next time through.
In the second trial, the COVID restrictions have lessened a little bit, so we're now able to put the courtroom back to the way we're used to it, where spectators are allowed in, family members are allowed in.
The court was filled with so many families from other victims feeling like that may be their day in court, and certainly hoping for justice for Lucci, but also justice for their family members also.
I've been licensed for 42 years, and I was a judge for 22 years, so I saw a lot of cases tried. To me, voir dire is probably the most important part of the case.
Voir dire, it's not the glamorous part, but it's the part where you better not get it wrong, because if you do, one juror can ruin everything. In this case, they had to voir dire question a whole big group of people at the same time, and then to decide how many strikes they were going to use against how many people.
So looking back after we had a hung jury, I thought that we could do better in the jury selection process. I think the art of jury selection is understanding what your issues and problems are and being able to fashion a voir dire that help them understand exactly what the law was. For example, circumstantial evidence, and helping them understand that circumstantial evidence does not mean weak evidence, and committing to, if we prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt with circumstantial evidence, they could return a verdict of guilty.
It makes me crazy that too many people think that circumstantial evidence cases are weak, because they're not, and they never have been, and they never will be. Because every little piece points to the same thing, and every little piece is the truth. And when you put them all together, how beautiful can that be?
The main difference in this trial is that you do not see the taped police interview with Billy Chemirmir.
I didn't go to anybody's apartment.
When they didn't play the interview at the arrest, that was a game changer, because that way he wasn't able to spew his lies without any cross-examination.
During the closing argument, District Attorney Creuzot linked the evidence back to what he had talked to the jurors about in his voir dire in the selection of the jury.
I told them we're counting on them to do what they promised under oath that they would do, and reminding them of the issues that we went over with them, especially circumstantial evidence. If you had said no, you wouldn't be on this jury. We brought you the evidence, and the only thing left is your job to deliberate, follow the law, and in our opinion, return a verdict of guilty.
The argument it's still beyond a reasonable doubt that it's extremely circumstantial. Argument is still that there's no direct evidence placing him in the home of Lou T. Harris. There's no direct evidence placing him on the street of Miss Harris. There's no direct evidence even in the extraneous case that places him in Miss Bartell's home or neighborhood.
At the end of all the closing arguments, I think there's a healthy amount of anxiety in everybody in the courtroom, especially the families, because they've watched this not turn out well a few months before. And for me, I know, because of 42 years of practicing law, that I have no idea what they're going to do.
This was a stunningly fast verdict for a capital murder trial. Jury deliberated less than an hour.
It's like pins and needles. It's high anxiety. But we had the rug pulled out from us before, so our trust is really low that this is going to be okay.
The jury has reached a verdict, and that verdict is: we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment.
Billy Chemirmir was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. And I knew at that moment in time that Billy Chemirmir would die in prison.
I have goosebumps when the jury renders the conviction that he is guilty. There is such a flood of relief.
On behalf of the many victims, we are incredibly relieved that justice is finally here, especially after the mistrial 5 months ago.
There was a lot of relief and joy that justice had finally been done.
About time. Why did it take two? But everybody's just as happy as can be that he's never going to get out of prison.
I look at Lucci's death and I could sound strange, but I think that she would be proud to know that she ended all of that, all of those killings, that was the end. After her, that was it. And they got him.
Well, what was satisfying about this verdict was that Mr. Chemirmir had announced to a news station that he would never go to the penitentiary. And when that verdict came back, of course, I looked at him. He didn't have much expression, but I thought, you're on your way, buddy.
I think the whole experience has got us both thinking about how to protect elderly people.
When I worked through that, Mama was the 8th victim in 3.5 months, and that this had happened at 3 other well-respected properties in the Metroplex. I think she's proud of it.
Can you imagine the impact and the horror that came on over 20 different families because of all the people that Billy Shamir murdered? I think the good that came of this is that those facilities have made stronger safeguards. Some laws have changed to try and ensure that that keeps happening. And let's hope that when we have our grandparents and parents and even us go into places like that from now on, they're way more protected as a result of what happened in this case. Late one night in October 2001, a Fort Worth man named Gregory Biggs was walking down the freeway when he is suddenly struck by a passing car. His body goes through the windshield and he becomes stuck half in and half out of the car, still alive, with his torso angled down into the front passenger seat. But the driver, who is a nurse named Shantae Mallard, does not stop and does not call 911, doesn't assist in any way, despite the fact that she had medical training. And what she does do next is very shocking and makes you think, is this just an accident or is it murder?
Worth 911, how can I help you?
Hi, I'm Todd Breedlove, off-duty fireman, and at 2800 Cobb Park Drive in the park, we have a body here. White male, he is cold, got rigor, his body's contorted. He is gone.
I was in the office. I was working that weekend, and I received a deceased body found in Cobb Park on the east side of Fort Worth. A lot of older African Americans kind of hang around that area. They'll cook, they'll play games, but also a lot of people drive through Cobb Park and they use drugs there.
I'd spend hours in Cobb Park. It had a really bad reputation at that time. We got calls to Cobb Park daily. I would say at least once every shift.
So when I drive through the park, I can clearly see a body of a white male. When I examined the body, I was looking for any type of damage, like was he shot, was he stabbed, was he struck by an instrument? And you didn't see those type of injuries on his body, not to his chest, his face, you didn't see that. What you saw was the leg was very badly contorted. His left foot was laying across his stomach. It was broken so badly. The way rigor mortis was set in, his hand was twisted in an odd position. So he'd been dead for a few hours. I also noticed that it was covered in shards of glass. Next to his body, I could see some very entrenched tire marks. It looks like he may have been hit or struck by a vehicle. So he's been in the park. I'm assuming he was there at night. Someone ran him over and just left him there. It's very possible he could have been a homeless person in the park sleeping when he was struck by a car. It looks like an accident or something that our traffic investigation unit work, not us, not homicide.
Under Texas law, the typical charge for a hit and run is FSRA, which is failure to stop and render aid. In 2001, FSRA was punishable as a second-degree felony with anything from 2 years probation to 10 years in prison when a death was involved.
So at that point, I called traffic investigation and said, hey, I've got an incident here that looks like it's probably going to be a hit and run or failure to stop and render aid. So our traffic investigation unit made the scene. Anytime you have a death, the first thing you have to do is figure out who your victim is. He did have ID. The victim was Gregory Biggs.
They learned that he grew up in Duncanville, which is a small town east of Fort Worth, and married his high school sweetheart. At the time of Greg's death, he was divorced, which under Texas law makes his 17-year-old son, Brandon Biggs, his next of kin. The police also learned that Gregory, who suffers from some mental health issues, had been living at a homeless shelter at the time of his death.
My sister called. She goes, hey, he was real good friends with Greg Biggs. And I was like, yeah. She goes, well, on the news tonight, they're storing, I think he's dead. And I'm like, what? And I watched the news. Yeah, and it was him. There was following news reports, I guess I remember seeing, that he had mental issues and was homeless. I didn't see any of that in high school. But I guess from what I understand, bipolar and stuff can come in later in life. And, other than just the shock at the moment, I start, questioning myself. How did I lose touch with him? How did I not work harder to find him? Met Greg Biggs back in 1979, back in high school. And we hit it right off. It was just one of those things, we'd known each other all our lives. He would make friends with everybody and anybody, anywhere, anytime. I mean, it may sound cliche or cheesy, but he would give you the shirt off his back.
When you have a case like this, the autopsy is extremely crucial in terms of looking for evidence. The medical examiner can tell by the autopsy the way the body was damaged. Gregory Biggs had broken legs, broken ankle. He has a real major laceration across his lower abdomen, and there's scratches on the body. And extremely important is that you see lividity on the shoulders and the front part of his body.
Lividity is a post-mortem phenomenon that occurs in the body when the blood pools after the heart stops pumping.
And so, because of the lividity, we know that he was laying in a different position when he died, and he had to have been moved from that location to another position at the park.
With evidence of Greg's body being moved, this is no longer a traffic accident. This has become a murder investigation.
In Dallas today, family members gathered to remember 37-year-old Gregory Biggs.
Within a few days after Gregory Biggs is found dead in the park, his son has the very, very sad task of arranging for his father's funeral, and it was just attended by his son and a few others.
I think it's good, really, to make my dad known more as not just a homeless man, because he wasn't always that way.
Greg was a solid, loyal friend, sweet and simple, nothing complicated. You knew where you stood with him.
So we pretty much know what we're looking for based on the injuries to the victim. There's going to be significant damage to the vehicle. So now you're looking at who fixes cars, anyone who's towed a vehicle, anyone that's seen a vehicle that has damage. So we put that out to the media, offer a reward. But 3 or 4 months into the investigation, we were just stuck with no suspects, and we had no real direction. And then we received a tip.
Terry County Sheriff's Department, may I help you?
Not that long ago, there was an article in the paper about a man with a head down in Kyle Park. There was a hit and run. Mm-hmm. And my best friend's homegirl is the one that did it.
What was unique about the case when we got it is that typically we get a case and the police have finished their investigation and they just give us a final product. We got involved on the ground floor on this one, so we were actively involved in the initial investigation. I can't think of another case that I've ever dealt with that has had this level of just absurdity. This woman who called into the police, she'd been at a party and heard this woman she identified as Shante Mallard tell the story about being at the club months earlier. She was drinking some at the bar. She had half of an ecstasy pill. And when she drove home, she hit some white guy with her car.
And then she drove her car with him still on the car. And she drove her car home and parked it in the garage. And the man was like dying, but he was still alive.
It sounded crazy. We were getting information that 4 months later, the car could still be in Shante Mallard's garage. Technically, if you receive information like what we received in the 911 call, you could issue an arrest warrant for Shante Mallard. But Richard is a prosecutor's prosecutor and incredibly thorough. And so we decide, let's write a search warrant. Let's see, is this car in fact still there?
Police department goes to Shante Mallard's house with a search warrant. And there they get way more than they bargained for.
She said, I didn't mean to hit him. I was shocked. Blood is still in the visor. Hair is still in the headliner of the car. She, in essence, hid him from anyone else who could render medical attention.
What did you see?
The backside of a body lodged out of the window.
It was the darkest night of Greg Bigg's life. The dispatchers put out a request for assistance for the detectives to run a search warrant on a female, Shante Mallard. And Shante answered the door. Normally, when somebody shows up at your house with a search warrant, they want to know why you're searching, why you're there. She obviously knew it was coming because she didn't say anything. We directed her to the living room, and then they began their search. Immediately, I saw the vehicle in the garage. What was left of it. Huge hole in the windshield and what looked like dried blood where his body had hit the windshield. Here we are 4 months later, and the car's still there, and hair and blood is still in the headliner. There were still ties to the crime in her possession. Shante had her head down and out of nowhere said, I didn't mean to hit him. I was shocked.
So on her own, not in response to any police officer questioning, Shante Mallard comes out with this admission that she is the person who hit Greg Biggs.
I wasn't expecting that. We handcuffed her and we took her to the station.
Once Shante Mallard starts being interviewed down at the station, she comes out with this version of what happened that night, and it is a story unlike anything I've ever heard before.
Shante Mallard tells them that she had gone to a club that night.
She says that she'd only had 2 drinks and no drugs.
She also tells police she believes that someone slipped something into her drink.
Because when the club closed that night, she was feeling really loose and a little wobbly.
And that on the way home, on the freeway, she had struck a man.
Shante described it, he was in my car and just stuck in the right passenger windshield.
She panicked and she did not know what to do, and that she drove home with him still impaled into the windshield. And she pulls into the garage and puts the door down. She tells police that she was apologizing to him profusely in the garage, and at one point he responded, like groaned or something in some way. So her statement indicates that he was alive at the time.
Shante told the police that after all that, she went into her house and just sat on the kitchen floor and cried, claimed that she did not know how long the man lived for.
And then Shante tells police that she called an on-again, off-again love interest named Vaughn, and that he got rid of the body. She said that he took care of it.
She really deflects all blame on this unknown person named Vaughn that takes care of the body, and she has no idea what happens to the body.
I think we expected that this is going to be someone who was intoxicated, hit somebody on a freeway, and just failed to stop. But it evolved in such a way that it was unthinkable and unspeakable.
Police draft an arrest warrant, and she's arrested. The next morning, Richard and I went to look at the vehicle in the Fort Worth Police Pound, and inside of the door well, there is a fingerprint in blood, and when we test that blood, it comes back to be Greg Biggs, which shows he was alive and able to exert enough force or enough pressure to make a fingerprint. Our theory was he was pulling himself out of the windshield. He's struggling to live, and every breath he took had to be so painful.
We took the time to travel that road that she traveled down. We literally counted all the places that could provide emergency care, all the phone booths that were there.
Also, we came to find out that Shante worked in a number of different medical facilities as a certified nurse's assistant.
Shante Mallard knows how to take steps to get him help, and they chose not to do so.
When she drove him home into her garage and closed the door, she in essence hid him from anyone else who could render medical attention, who could save his life.
If she had hit him and then immediately stopped and tried to help him, she probably would have been looking at a charge of intoxication manslaughter. And because she was a first offender, she probably would have seriously been looking at probation.
She's originally arrested for failing to stop and render aid, and we knew that at a minimum she had done that. But in Texas, we have what's called felony murder. And that is if you commit one felony and you just simply do another act that results in someone's death, that is also murder here in Texas.
The risk of raising the charge to felony murder on this case is we go all in on the higher charge, and by seeking more than we had to begin with, we might end up with nothing. So Shante, in her statement she gave to the police, is mentioning somebody named Vaughn, someone who was actually involved in the crime of disposing of the body. But we could not find a Vaughn, or could not find anyone that even knew a Vaughn. Even people that purport to be her friends don't have any idea who this person is.
The fact that they can't find any more information about him, it's suspicious. I mean, is Vaughn even a real person?
In Texas, all felonies, as a general rule, are presented to a grand jury. And so I used the grand jury as an investigative body. We brought in multiple possible witnesses.
One of those people was her best friend, Talisi Fry.
We bring her friend T in front of the grand jury in the hopes of finding out what happened in the missing hours between Shante hitting Greg Biggs and Greg Biggs' body being found in Cobb Park. So T testifies in front of the grand jury that Shante shows up at her house the next morning after hitting Greg Biggs. And there's no description of seeing Shante the night before. We believe she knows more than what she's saying. And we subpoena her cell phone records. And we find all these different phone calls that tell a very different story. We know she was talking to Shante Mallard that night. And it's just a matter of finding where she's vulnerable, what will finally make her tell us the truth. We bring T in front of the grand jury in the hopes of finding out what happened in the missing hours before Greg Biggs' body being found in Cobb Park.
I told T, if you don't tell me the truth, you could be subject to being charged with perjury, and that's a felony in the state of Texas. And I think at a certain point, T realizes that if I continue down this road, all I'm going to get out of it is an indictment. Or I can turn around and cooperate, and the DA's office has told me they'll give me immunity. And at the end of the day, T gave us the real story of what happened.
T describes how Shante gets off of work and she comes over to T's apartment, and then they get dressed and they go to Joe's Big Bamboo. T said they had 2 or 3 drinks and they closed the bar down. Shantae decides she's fine to drive, and she goes home. And after Shantae is back at home, around 3 a.m. in the morning, and Shantae calls her, she whispers, "Come pick me up." T comes over to Shantae's house, and our best estimate is that it's around 3:30 a.m. in the morning. And so still pretty shortly after hitting Greg Biggs. I mean, for all we know, Greg Biggs could still have been alive in the garage.
And when T came to pick up Shantae, Shantae ran outside, didn't let her in the house. Just got in the car and said, "Drive." And so they went off and drove, and she was talking to her about what had happened. And it wasn't 2 hours later that she brought her back to the house. And by the time T is back at the house, Gregory Biggs had died. I fully believe that Shantae made a very concerted effort to not give T an opportunity to know exactly what had happened. She did not want to give her a chance to see that Gregory Biggs could still be alive.
And T says, "I tell Shantae, call 911. And Shantae refuses to do that.
At the time of the indictment, what we lacked was the complete story about disposing of the body. We still have to nail down the individuals that helped Shantae. So Shantae, in her statement she gave to the police, is mentioning somebody named Vaughn. But we could not find a Vaughn or could not find anyone that even knew a Vaughn.
We eventually find Vaughn when a woman contacts the police department and gives them an anonymous tip. Vaughn is a person named Clee Jackson. The DA investigators go and interview Clee Jackson. He tells investigators that he helped Shantae with moving Greg Biggs' body, and he says he got help from his cousin, Herbert Tyrone Cleveland.
Both these people have criminal histories, and that gives us leverage because they're both facing not just a little bit of time, but a lot of time. They came in with attorneys. We laid out, you can tell us the truth, testify in our trial, and you will get a lower range of punishment.
They struck deals with prosecution. They were charged with tampering with physical evidence. They'd received 9 and 10 years in prison in exchange for their testimony.
Unlike T, Clee Jackson and Tyrone Cleveland actually helped dispose of Greg Biggs' body. And if the prosecutors are seen as letting them off too easy, this can weaken their case against Shantae Mallard in the eyes of the jury.
We knew the reputation of Shantae Mallard's attorneys. That was going to be the first card that was going to be played, is these people got a sweet deal to make up lies about our client. It was important to us, the jury, look at the deal and say, 10 years in prison does not seem like a sweet deal.
I remember when all of this started. Richard and Christy Jack, they were the stars of the Tarrant County DA's office, so we all knew each other. And then this crazy case happened with this crazy scenario. Publicity got bigger and bigger, and probably was Christy and Richard's once-in-a-lifetime case. And we all know that that's the kind of case that can make your career or break your career. As the trial approaches, the media attention got bigger and bigger, and at some point the judge decided to allow cameras in the courtroom. So the pressure that also brought on all the lawyers involved had to have been huge.
It wasn't a local story. It wasn't a regional story. It wasn't a state story. It was a national and international story. It exploded because it was such a crazy story.
The courtroom was packed. I remembered almost tripping over one of the news truck's cords as I was walking in that morning.
On day one of the trial, when Shantae Mallard pled not guilty to felony murder, but guilty to FSRA, which is failure to stop and render aid. It would seem like to a jury, she's taking full responsibility for the one crime, FSRA, while maintaining her innocence to guilt, and I thought that was a pretty good strategic decision on the part of her lawyers.
I want to tell you about a set of facts, about a crime, almost the perfect crime.
I truly believe that juries form opinions at the very beginning of trials. And I want the jury to understand all of the decisions that she made before she ever got home, all the places that she passes, all the places where she could stop and she doesn't, and she goes home. And when she gets home, she does call for help, but the help isn't for Greg Biggs. The help is for her. And T says, when Shante calls her, she whispers, "Come pick me up." She whispered because she didn't want Greg Biggs to hear her. That just tells me. Greg Biggs was still very much alive in her garage.
Within an hour and a half to 2 hours of this accident, Gregory Biggs was dead. And the state tells you that that amounts to murder. I'm telling you, that's not murder.
Jeff and Reagan's defense is, this is an overreach. This isn't murder. This is only failing to stop and render aid. This is a young lady who simply panicked. She got scared. She was under the influence of something that she'd never taken before in her life. She didn't know what to do.
The main thing we're trying to demonstrate is that the injuries that were sustained were not going to be fatal, that they could have been treated.
He does not have injury patterns that are consistent with instantaneous death. The other injuries will lead to death if not medically attended, but will take time to occur.
He very firmly believed the cause of death was directly related to leaving Gregory Biggs in her garage.
Richard and I, and Miles Brissett, he was the third prosecutor on the case, are very visual when we present cases to the jury. This was incredibly important in this case, and it was Miles's idea to bring the car into the courtroom.
They told me that they had this way they figured out to bring the vehicle into the courtroom. It was brilliant. It was absolutely wonderful. It has to be taken apart to fit into the courtroom. So they have to bring it in and put it together so that we can show the jury that fits with our story.
I'm familiar with bringing physical evidence into the courtroom, and Richard and Christy and I were all taught from the very beginning to try and do whatever you can to make the crime come alive to the jury. So the more you can do that with the actual evidence, the more you can make a jury appreciate what it's like to have been there. That had to be hugely helpful.
I think showing how close the driver's seat was to the passenger seat really brought home in a very palpable way how close she was to this man that she just let die.
So the physical evidence is presented to the jury. It's very compelling. But next up, her friends are going to take the stand.
We know it's a risk to bring her friends to the stand.
We're all wondering, what are they going to say? Is their testimony going to paint her to be a compassionate person? Or they're going to put the nail in the coffin?
What do your friends call you?
T.
On October 25th, 2001, did you have some plans to go out with Shante?
Yes, I did.
He describes how Shante gets off of work and she comes over to T's apartment, and it's probably 10:30 by then.
We have a drink.
What else did you do?
We split an X pill.
You talk about ecstasy?
Yes. And we smoke a joint.
And they go to Joe's Big Bamboo.
What kind of place is that?
It's an adult nightclub.
And they close the bar down. Then they leave, and T testifies that Shante is too intoxicated to drive.
So who drove?
I did.
And what happened when you got to your place?
I offered to follow Shante home, and she said she didn't need me to.
And then she gives us the phone call after Shante has hit Greg Biggs, when she gives the words, "Come pick me up."
Like, as if a whisper.
Like she didn't want someone to hear her?
Yes.
When she called T to come to her house that night, Shante did a good job of keeping T away from the body as long as possible, but she does at some point get a chance to go in the garage and see the body.
I saw the backside of a body lodged out of the window.
When she's talking about it, to my eyes, it's still visibly affecting her because it's shocking. It's shocking to see a body like that.
And did she call 911?
No.
During the trial, I make a habit of looking at the defendant. I like to see their reaction. I noticed there were less tears when T was testifying and more anger at the times I did glance over there. She was angry. She'd been betrayed. So then T goes home, and Shante called Clete to help get rid of the evidence, to transport the body to Cobb Park.
With bloodshot eyes, Shante Mallard listened to hours of testimony, the last of which came from her former boyfriend.
Clete was challenging because Clete did not like me.
You could tell there was a body in the car. Were you upset?
Yeah. I just got out of prison. I just got my life right to be a father to my kids.
She thought she just got you in trouble.
I knew she got me in trouble.
So you have him on the blanket, and what do you do with the blanket?
Tied up.
And then what'd you do?
Kind of like apologize, sort of, to him.
Here you have this hardened criminal, and you see the single little tear where he says he apologized to Greg Biggs. Clete Jackson, to me, was a very compelling witness. You knew he didn't want to be there. You knew that what he was saying was the truth and that it pained him. I think Shante was trying to divest herself of all of the decisions after hitting Greg Biggs. But Shante was the one that decided they needed to get rid of the body. In fact, there was discussion about burning Greg Biggs' body and the car. And Clete Jackson was the one who had the decency to say no.
We just want to put him somewhere where his family can find him so they can bury him because it was an accident.
Her friends didn't want to be there. They didn't want to testify. They weren't on the prosecutor's side, but they still told the truth. That's just so beautifully credible. It was a great help to the case.
Did you decide to call somebody?
Tyrone, my cousin.
And what happened when you got to the park?
We took him out the car, Tyrone and I.
How'd you get the blanket open?
Cut it off.
And who gave you the knife to cut it off with?
Shante gave it to Tyrone and he handed it to me.
Clete helped our narrative by just demonstrating that Shante was actively involved in the disposal of the body.
And this is very harmful to the defense because it establishes one more time how much Shante was trying to hide what she did in a very cold-blooded manner.
In her first interview with police, Shante Mallard talks about how other people are responsible for moving Greg Biggs' body. But Clete Jackson then comes in and explains, no, she was right there with us. She was part and parcel dumping the body in Cobb Park.
Shante talks about driving into her garage and shutting the door. This is way after that. So putting these friends on the stand and dragging out of them that she's still orchestrating this, she's still trying to make sure she doesn't get caught, is a huge part of the case.
Since Clete and I did not get along, I was concerned that Clete was going to say things that I'd never heard before when he's being cross-examined. I was worried he could turn on us at any minute.
When Shante arrived at Joe's Big Bamboo Club, and when you first saw her there, you immediately noticed that she looked different?
Yes, sir.
And by different, you mean that she looked like she was under the influence of something that you had never seen her be under the influence of. Is that right?
Right.
The defense strategy was to focus on the level of intoxication, and I expected them to do that.
The defense is wanting to play up the fact that Shante was messed up on alcohol and ecstasy. The risk is that one juror might think she probably wouldn't have acted that way if she wouldn't have been high or drunk or messed up that night. So I'm going to cut her a little slack because of it.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear.
After the testimony about what all happened to Greg Biggs is complete, the prosecutors call his son, Brandon Biggs, to the stand to talk about what kind of a man his dad was.
How old are you?
20 years old.
Are you in school?
Yes.
And what kind of degree are you seeking?
Church ministries degree.
What kind of work did your father do?
He was self-employed as a bricklayer.
What kind of person was your father?
I'd say he was very hardworking. Although he didn't have many friends, he was very friendly.
As a prosecutor, I'm not affected very much, but I will never forget listening to Brandon talk about how his father was a very friendly person, but he didn't have very many friends. And it was just so sad, and there were tears in the gallery.
Did your father have any kind of illness?
He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and mild schizophrenia.
Can you tell me what the circumstances of him losing his home and his vehicle were?
He had found a girlfriend. She had wrecked our car, and he had asked me one day if he should help her. I told him yes, I thought he should. And when he helped her financially, loaning her money, he was unable to make his truck payment, and that's how it was taken from him.
So without his truck, how was he able to continue working in his business?
He was not.
And ultimately, did he lose his home?
He did.
Gregory Biggs is a person that loses their livelihood, their car, their home, because they did an unselfish act. They helped someone. It painted this diametrically opposite picture of Gregory Biggs from Shantae Mallard. It gave us a crucial piece that we needed for argument, which is that here is the way a life is supposed to be lived. If you want to know what a person with character looks like, look at the person that's the subject of this autopsy report. Meeting Brandon, finding out about him and his life, that he had a connection with his father, did something that was absolutely crucial, that without him we wouldn't have had. It humanized him.
I always write notes of what the defense says in their opening statement so that I can turn around and use it in closing argument. Jeff Kearney talks about it being the darkest night of all. How can this be the darkest night for her? She's alive.
It was dark, and his body was racked with pain. Gripping the door pocket, he tried to right himself, and he struggled to find the words.
And when Shantae Mallard...
There's no question in this case that Shantae's failure to render aid or call for assistance probably caused his death. That's not murder.
Being first chair in my closing argument, my main focus is responding to what Jeff had to say. It's the closing argument, and his focus on the law, his focus on how this doesn't fit. From a legal standpoint, lots of people in the legal field struggle with felony murder. My experience is that lay people do not. There's a dead body. They're dead because of you. That's murder. So the jury comes back in an hour, and I would lie if I said that I wasn't nervous.
State ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury. Bring in the jury.
The jury comes back in an hour. I've learned over time, you really can't predict anything from jury deliberations.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Shantae Juan Mallard, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Jurors unanimously agreed with the prosecution. Now they must decide what price Shantae Mallard will pay for leaving Gregory Biggs to die in her car windshield.
The range of punishment for what she's convicted of for felony murder is 5 to 99 years or life.
After the defense put on a very impressive array of witnesses from Shantae's world, the defense calls Shantae Mallard herself to the stand. Typically in a criminal case, if you're going to put a defendant on the stand, you do it in the guilt phase to try to argue they're not connected to what happened. The defense didn't do that in guilt, and they wanted to put her on the stand in punishment because at that point, they needed a jury to see what a great person she is, that she's a first offender, that she's sorry, therefore she would get the lower range of punishment, possibly even probation.
I have ruined my family's life. I have put people through pain. And I am so truly sorry. I am so sorry, Brandon.
She was sympathetic to a point. But the decisions that she made shows that she was only thinking about her own self and how to get out of the situation. It was a selfishness that spanned 4 months. And even then, when she was arrested, lying to the police.
She had taken the ecstasy willingly. No one had slipped anything in her drink. And when she talked about someone taking care of the body, she was actually instrumental in that.
Now the prosecutors have their chance to cross-examine Shante Mallard.
When you realized you hit somebody, you didn't think, well, I've got to get some help, did you?
I didn't know what to do.
What I'm trying to do is demonstrate this is a person that is selfish. This is a person that lacks a moral compass, that has no excuse for her behavior.
I wasn't capable of making decisions.
You weren't capable of making decisions? You made a decision to get in the car and drive, right?
Yes.
You made a decision to take the ecstasy.
Yes.
You made a decision, the decisions involved in driving that got you to the point where you hit Gregory Biggs.
Yes.
And after hitting him, your ability to decide was gone?
After I was on the ecstasy and I just started making a lot of bad decisions and I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
So it was the ecstasy's fault?
And I mean, it was a master class on cross-examination. There was no place she could turn. We asked the jury to hand down a life sentence, and the jury gave her what amounted to almost a life sentence. She was sentenced to 50 years for murder.
There are no winners in a case like this. Just as we all lost Greg, you all will be losing your daughter.
One of the most impactful things that I saw in this case was when Greg Biggs' son, Brandon, took the stand.
To Shante, I personally would like to say that I would accept your apology. But in return, I hope that you would accept my forgiveness.
Brandon's forgiveness, Brandon's compassion, Brandon's faith never wavered from the first meeting to the last statement before the jury. Every case you deal with the prosecutor is kind of a barometer to help you measure and how you weigh conduct, because you have a tremendous amount of power. This case stands alone.
Brandon Biggs is the embodiment of forgiveness and compassion. And yet, on the stand, one of the things that he said was, I forgive you, but consequences are still owed. We all make mistakes. But if you make a mistake and you realize you make a mistake, it's not too late to do the right thing.
Tara, you gotta get up. Come on. You know, I heard something off.
On a quiet night in Houston, Texas, an all-American family is ripped apart when a former NFL player and his beautiful wife are brutally murdered inside their own home. As more and more details of this grisly murder came to light, this facade of the picture-perfect family starts to come apart, and the family starts to point fingers at each other. It was a complicated case. A number of prosecutors get involved, including two that I helped train, one now a defense lawyer, who battle it out against each other.
Test firing a weapon? You know what his intent is.
Whatever the story is, figure it out.
Neither of these lawyers is going to back down as they fight each other and they fight for justice and truth in the courtroom.
Houston 911, do you need medical, police, or fire?
I just heard 2 gunshots downstairs in my parents' room.
And your name?
AJ?
Any medical attention needed?
Yes. I heard gunshots. I don't really know.
Did it sound like a handgun, rifle, or shotgun?
I'm not good about gunshots. I know my dad has 3. You're destroyed. This is bad.
And where are you at in the house? Okay. Okay. They're asking you to step out of the house.
As HPD arrives, AJ turns off the alarm system as he meets them at the front door with his little sister, Kara. At that point, the number one priority is to get AJ and his little sister outside of the house and to safety.
The initial patrol officers swept the house and discovered there was no sign of forced entry. As they were searching, officers did not find anyone else in the home. And then they enter the bedroom of AJ Armstrong and Kara's parents. And they see Dawn and Antonio Sr., who had been shot.
As soon as I pull up, an officer proceeds to tell me we have 2 victims upstairs in bed with GSW to the head, which is a gunshot wound to the head. We enter the room. Closest to the door is Mrs. Armstrong. And I immediately go to her first. I just go to checking pulses and looking for a chest rise and fall. And then once I didn't feel anything for about 15, 20 seconds, I realized that she's no longer with us. Immediately after that, I'm walking around the bed to Mr. Armstrong's side, and he had a pillow over his head. I take the pillow off, and he's still alive. He's still breathing. He's still trying to live. So we go into rescue mode. He has blood everywhere, and you can see the entry wound from his gunshot wound to the head. Once we get Antonio onto the stretcher, I have a young gentleman come up to me. He looks me in my eyes and he says, "Is he going to be okay?" And you could tell that he was worried. He didn't say who he was at the time. He looked like a family member. And I just told him, I was like, we're doing the best we can for him.
While the police are searching the house, AJ Armstrong calls his brother Josh, who lives right down the street, to tell him about what had just happened.
I had gotten woken up by Josh coming in, yelling. I was half asleep still, like, what is going on? He said that his younger brother, AJ, had called him and told him that someone was in his parents' house a couple streets away. Josh told me to stay at the apartment, and then he ran over there.
The homicide detectives secure the scene and they look around. And they see shell casings in the bedroom. They also noticed that there was a bullet hole in the ceiling right outside the parents' bedroom, which was under AJ Armstrong's bedroom. They notice as they sweep the kitchen that there is a gun on the countertop that could be the murder weapon.
When HPD examined the gun they believed to be the murder weapon, they didn't find any fingerprints, but they were able to determine that that's the same gun that belonged to Antonio Armstrong Sr., and he normally kept it in a bedside table.
Also on the counter, there is a scratched out note that says, "We've been watching you for a long time." It's like something out of a movie.
That only adds to the mystery, because who would want Dawn and Antonio Sr. dead?
It was hard to live in Houston, Texas, and not know about the Armstrongs. Antonio Sr., who is an All-American college football player who gets drafted in the NFL, he parlays that into owning gyms in Houston. His wife is beloved in the community, and they send their kids to the most prestigious school in Houston, the Kincaid School. They're the kind of folks you would want to be jealous of, but nobody could be because they're so darn charismatic.
Antonio and Dawn were the greatest people, really caring. Josh and his mother had a great bond. The family just seemed so happy, so close together.
After the attack, Antonio Sr. was on life support for several hours, and sadly, he passed that evening, but he had never woken up. He was never able to say what happened.
Josh was so confused. People were very sad. Antonio and Dawn were just all around great people.
The police interview AJ, his little sister Kara, and the older brother Josh, who arrives at the scene a little later. Based on that interview and the evidence they retrieved from the crime scene, the investigators are suspicious about what happened that night. So AJ Armstrong is taken down to HPD and questioned into the early hours of the morning.
What's your first name?
Antonio.
So you're 16?
Yes, sir.
You know, we need to sit down and talk to you, figure what happened today, what's been going on.
It was like probably 1 or 2, and I went to the restroom, and when I came out, I heard the door open, and I thought it was my parents, so I like walked downstairs when I heard the 2 gunshots go off, and I ran back upstairs. And when I ran back upstairs, I heard somebody run out of my parents' room and like hit the door. And then I don't know how they got out.
Well, did you physically see somebody? Or?
No, like, I saw him running. So I just took off back upstairs and went straight to my closet. And that's when I called 911. I just like personally felt bad because like I saw the guy. Like I feel like I should have done something.
Okay, when you called 911, there's just so much that doesn't match.
In a 16-minute 911 tape, he never mentions that there is a masked man in the house. Then hours later, in his statement says, oh, there was a masked man in the house and I saw him running.
You know, ultimately, we need to figure out what happened today. When you start having inconsistencies, it starts making it tough. Because now we're at a loss of trust.
Josh recently had found out that he was not biological to Antonio Sr. Antonio was a stepdad. He felt like he was kind of the black sheep of the family.
Investigators noticed a burn mark at the top of the stairs.
That was his first attempt to kill his parents.
While A.J. Armstrong Jr. is at HPD being questioned about the murder of his parents, A.J. makes the surprising admission that he saw the suspect leaving his parents' bedroom.
What did he look like?
I mean, they had it was like a mask. You could only see the eyes and the mouth, but he looked like a black guy, but I'm not like 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure it was an African American.
In a 16-minute 911 tape, he never mentions that there is a masked man in the house. Then hours later, in his statement says, oh, there was a masked man in the house and I saw him running. That just doesn't add up.
Does your dad own a gun?
Yes, he does. He has his case in one of his drawers, and like my dad, his drawers, the closet, and under the bed is like off limits, so like, I've never gone in there or like seen it or anything like that.
You know, when we're in the study that leads to your dad's room.
Right.
In there, when you look up, there's a bullet hole in the ceiling that comes from your bedroom.
Bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, that comes through the floor, and then on the floor there's an actual bullet that was actually fired.
Well, I can explain the gun from the room upstairs. It was like 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. Me and one of my friends was just like playing around. Hey, like, have you ever shot a gun before? And I like went and checked the 3 places, and the gun was under my dad's bed. I laid my pillow thinking like that would stop it, but I guess it did not stop it.
Yeah. Now, see, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying just a minute ago. Said that you haven't seen it, and then now we kind of give you a little more, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is kind of the time to clear it up.
Deactivate the alarm before you unlock the door for the officers?
Yes.
And you see, and that's kind of where we're at, that dilemma where, you know, it's just several things that aren't lining up.
Right.
You know, you had to unlock the door to get out. The back door's locked. Everything's locked.
Right.
The house is completely secured with locks and with an alarm system. Your brother Josh isn't even there. He's down the street at his place.
Your sister's asleep.
So that only leaves you.
I had nothing to do with this.
HPD pays very close attention to the statement and the details of what A.J. Armstrong tells him that night. That, along with the 911 call that A.J. made that night, and all of the other things that HPD saw with their own eyes at the scene, A.J.'s story didn't add up. On top of that, the gun that was recovered at the crime scene that belonged to Antonio Sr. was tested, and they were able to identify that as being the gun that fired the bullets into Antonio and Dawn's bodies. Based on all that they learned, they arrested A.J. Armstrong, and he was subsequently indicted for capital murder.
The family was completely behind A.J. since day one. And Josh was very angry. He said they have the wrong person. He didn't do this.
I remember when this case happened because the school where A.J. went is where my daughter Samantha went to school, and my daughter Kelsey went to school with Josh at St. Francis. So we all knew The kids, the boys, we all knew of the parents. Everybody knew somebody involved in this case, whether it was the defendant or one of the victims.
At Antonio and Dawn's funeral, I could really see how much so many people cared about them. People were very sad. It was really hard to see Josh like that. I've never seen anybody that sad and that hurt. I just remember he was crying for a long time, and I didn't really know what to do other than just be there for him.
I was brought in to represent AJ when Chris Collins, my co-counsel in this case, called me. Chris Collins was Antonio Sr.'s personal lawyer. When I spoke with AJ's family members about AJ and I learned about AJ, I was like, there's no way this kid could have committed this crime. It just doesn't make any sense.
Rick DeToto is now a very well-known defense attorney, but before that, he worked at the DA's office, and that's where I first met him. He was like this stud guy walking around, real cocky, not intimidated by anyone. When I heard that A.J. Armstrong hired Rick DeToto as his lawyer, I thought, ooh, good move.
AJ's initially charged in juvenile court, and one of the things the prosecutors in juvenile court can do in Texas is determine if they want to certify someone as an adult. Prosecutor filed a petition to certify him. We had a hearing. The judge in the juvenile court certified him as an adult.
Because A.J. Armstrong was only 16 years old, he is able to be released on bond, and he's placed in the custody of his grandmother, Kay Winston. Before the trial, there's still evidence that can be gathered and collected to get the case even tighter and cleaner and stronger. In the weeks following the murder, HPD begins putting together its case, along with the prosecutors, which includes the evidence they retrieved from the crime scene, as well as the alarm records and cell phone data.
Text messages showed that the family relationship from the outside is perceived as good, but it was volatile from within. Through the text messages, we learned that there were issues between AJ and his parents. There were events leading up to the night of the murders. He was using money on drugs. And more than anything, I think his mother was upset by the constant lying. It was a boiling pot from within inside the four walls of that house.
But it's actually A.J. Armstrong's actions the days before this murder that was one big piece of our puzzle to point to one direction of who killed the Armstrongs.
He fired a gun in his room through two pillows down to the second floor. Also, investigators notice a burn mark at the top of the stair. Now, it smells like gasoline on the carpet. AJ said he had just dropped a match. Well, when you look at it, clearly that is not what would happen if somebody just dropped a match. They found a bottle in his room. They tested it, and it came back to having gasoline inside the bottle.
If you look at where that burn mark is, it's at the top of the staircase, right outside his parents' bedroom. And so if that lights up the house, the parents can't get out. And in fact, Dawn sends a text message to her other son, Josh, who lives down the street, saying, AJ tried to burn the house down. It's no surprise when you put it all together that he ended up in that bedroom shooting both his parents.
Defense attorney Rick DeToto says the 16-year-old is a victim in this case, not the perpetrator.
He's a great kid from a good family, and there's absolutely no motive why this happened. It doesn't make sense.
It was really a brilliant, I believe, move on the part of the defense attorney is to try this case out into the public before it ever hit the courtroom.
That created a feeling in the community of, is this kid being railroaded?
While A.J. Armstrong has the support of most everyone in his family, especially his grandparents, that same family turns on, surprisingly, another member of their very own family.
Josh recently had found out that Antonio was his stepdad. And when Josh found out that he was not biological to Antonio Sr., it affected him. According to the family, there was some jealousy with Josh, the way they were treating AJ and the way they were treating Kayra, and how he felt like he was kind of the black sheep of the family. So we presented Josh Armstrong as an alternative suspect in this case.
In the months leading up to the trial, A.J. Armstrong's defense lawyer, Rick DeToto, made all kinds of statements in the news that A.J.'s half-brother, Josh Armstrong, could be the true killer.
The defense's strategy was to present Josh as the black sheep of the family, the half-brother, not even fully related to Antonio Armstrong Sr., not blood.
Before the murders, they spoke every single day. They loved Josh, and Josh loved them. That was his real dad to him. Josh and I had been together for a little bit over a year before the murders. We met in college. We just connected so well. And probably within that month, we started dating. But Josh's behavior after the murders completely changed. At first, it was just depression, but then a week or two later is when I started seeing the paranoia come out. He felt that if somebody went after the parents, what's to stop them from going after him and I? I don't think that Josh knew his family was saying that he's the one who did it.
Despite all of the defense's theories that Josh Armstrong was the true killer, he was never truly considered a suspect by HPD because at the time of the murder, Josh always had a hard, firm alibi that he was with his girlfriend, Hannah.
Lead prosecutor was John Brewer. He was assisted by Fareen Ansari and also Lester Blizzard. The prosecution leaned a lot into motive. They were trying to get into the mind of A.J. Armstrong. They are presenting a lot of evidence regarding grades and drug use and the taking away of vehicles, trying to pin basically the motive in front of the jury as to why A.J. Armstrong killed both of his parents.
He had failed out of the prestigious Kincaid School. His car was taken away from him and he couldn't see his girlfriend. To a teenager, that's their entire world.
The people who took all these things away from him, they ended up dead. Other than motive, the strongest evidence the prosecution has are his actions leading up to the murder. The prosecution is also presenting a lot of evidence regarding the alarm records.
The records said that the night of the murders, the alarm was set, the door was locked, there was no sign of forced entry.
So the prosecution was arguing because the alarm system was on and the records showed that no one came in or came out, that there was no way anyone else could have done it except for AJ. What they didn't know was that Josh had access to the house. And we had an alarm expert that could show that the way the zones were set up in that house, the door coming into the garage, if it was cracked, and we had testimony from the witnesses that that door frequently wouldn't close all the way, it would leave the front door open, meaning that you could open and close the door without the alarm going off. And we were able to call that expert during the trial to show that that's a problem with the alarm system in a way someone could get in and out and not trigger the alarm.
Even though it's unlikely that two doors would have been open at the same time so that the alarm wouldn't go off, the defense was able to point out that nobody had actually looked into that possibility because they said from the beginning, HPD zeroed in on AJ as their only suspect.
In 11 minutes of going into that house, before anything, they made up their mind, he did it. There's no physical evidence that ties AJ to the homicide. There's no DNA, there's no blood, there's no hair fibers, there's nothing. There's no blood on the gun, there's no blood in his room, there's no blood on his clothes. There was no physical evidence in a very bloody scene in the bedroom that linked AJ to the crime except his presence in the house.
The jury deliberates for several days, and they're unable to reach a verdict. Trial comes back as a mistrial. There were 8 jurors who believed he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and there were 4 who didn't believe the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt.
It was that trial team's belief that the jurors were saying, it's not like we don't think he did it, but there were people in the room that knew the consequences, that they were going to send someone to prison for the rest of their life on a crime they did at 16. And with the family supporting him and people believing in him, they just emotionally couldn't do it.
I was very relieved. Anytime our clients get to go home is a good day, but I also knew it was going to come back.
When a jury is hung and a mistrial is declared, the usual answer is, we're going to try it again. The difference in this case is that you have the family of the victims, who also happen to be the family of the defendant. They do not believe the case should be tried again.
We can't move on with our lives, and we can't forget what we've been through.
With all that pressure coming to bear on the DA's office, what's going to happen next? When the trial against A.J. Armstrong for the murder of his parents was hung and a mistrial was declared, the DA's office makes the decision to try the case for a second time, because when you have 2 people who are murdered and the state of the evidence points to one suspect, you're going to try that case again.
After that first trial, some of the trial team had gone to other DA's office, and so they were looking for a new team to try the case. I had picked up the case in between trial 1 and trial 2. I knew that it was a very contested case, and so I knew it was going to be an uphill battle when I took over the case.
And Ryan asked me to join him to try the case for the second trial.
This is already a very compelling case, and it's captured all of our attention. I'm especially paying attention to it because I know the lawyers so well. Both John Jordan and Rick DeToto worked at the DA's office, and I helped train them. John Jordan's style is a little more dramatic. He very much likes the whole theater courtroom part of a trial. And knowing those guys, they are both very ready to duke it out against each other in the courtroom.
I have a great deal of respect for Rick DeToto. He is a tremendous advocate. Juries love him. The problem is we had the truth on our side. We kind of went into the second trial, even though we were kind of new. We didn't know the case like the defense team who had had it since day one. We're like, okay, well, we just have to get a better jury, and the evidence is great, and so we're going to try the case somewhat similarly, and we trust the evidence enough that we are confident that we're going to get a guilty verdict.
It's now 3 years later since the first trial, and in that time, A.J. Armstrong has grown up. He is now married to his longtime girlfriend, Kate. He has a son of his own. He looks a lot older. This is going to be a whole different kind of appearance that he portrays in front of a jury this time compared to last time.
In the opening statement, we recognize it's hard for rational, non-sociopathic people to get their head around the idea of what seems like normal teenage problems can lead to homicide. So what we did is we told the jury, is you may never know why he did it, but you're going to be very confident and know he did it based on the evidence.
So we stuck to his actions, his words, and the alarm records.
In the first trial, the defense claimed that doors could be open and the alarm not go off. And it is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the night of the murders, that house was secure.
The alarm system is complex. And what we learned is in the first trial, neither the state nor the defense had the complete records. They had records from ADT alarm system. ADT is the hardware side of this case, but they contract with a software company who monitors those records, and that company is Alarm.com. And so when we got Alarm.com's records prior to trial 2, we see now that there is way more activity that can be determined within the records, showing that nobody went in and out of the house and that the alarm system did not trigger, did not go off the night of the murders.
So we have an expert from ADT to explain the alarm.
My co-counsel, Chris Collins, was able to determine on cross-examination that there was a minimum of like 77 errors in the records of the alarm system. Chris was able to go step by step with that alarm expert and show to the jury that the records weren't accurate. And it was difficult to argue that no one could have gotten in and no one could have gotten out.
The defense really leaned into Josh in the second trial. In the first trial, they throw him out as a possible suspect. By the time trial 2 comes around, they have put all their cards in the Josh Armstrong basket as an alternate suspect.
What we brought to the second trial that we didn't bring in the first trial was we got additional records regarding the alternative suspect's mental health history, and these records were extremely detailed. We needed to present them to show the jury that the mental health issues occurred before the murders, not just after.
This is the only case I've ever tried in my career where we had to essentially be a prosecutor and a defense attorney in the same trial. We are fighting to convict somebody we know is guilty, and at the same time, fighting to exonerate somebody we know is innocent.
What we had to deal with in the second trial that the first team didn't is the court had ruled that they could put forward Josh Armstrong's mental illness as an alternative suspect theory. Not only did we have a very good expert witness to rebut that in a psychiatrist, but we had the person who knew Josh the best, his live-in girlfriend, Hannah Pallon.
Hannah Pallon testifies as to where Josh was the night of the murders, and she also provided a lot of correcting the things the family was trying to portray about Josh.
I testified at the trial because I felt like I needed to be the one to say, this is all not right. Josh was never like this before this happened, before his parents were killed. There was never any sign of mental illness. There was no sign of depression. He had a bright future. He loved his family. And what AJ's lawyers did up there was disgusting.
Watching how all this played out, the way she brought it to life for the jury, the way she defended the honor of Josh, good for her. Good for her. I hope she's proud of herself, because we all are.
When the jury went out for deliberations in the second trial, I was as confident as I always am. And as the deliberations lingered and as it went on and on, started getting worried. They came back, they too could not reach a verdict. And I felt like I had been punched in the gut.
But this time it flipped. It went from 8 not guilty to 4 guilty.
So when they came back and there were more jurors for not guilty than guilty, it was tough to recover from that.
It is. It's somewhat humiliating. We're going in the wrong direction. I mean, what are we doing here? It was devastating.
After that second trial ended in a hung jury, you have 2 prosecutors who've just lost trial number 2, and a decision has to be made. Do we try this case for a 3rd time? The elected DA is the person who makes that decision. So when John Jordan and Ryan Trask made the commitment that they wanted to try this case a 3rd time and do it again because they knew what the evidence was, that's the representation they made to their boss, and that's the decision that was made because they believed in this case.
But then there was a groundswell of supporters for AJ. Things started gaining momentum where people were like, enough is enough. Leave this kid alone. You sent your best prosecutors, you sent all your evidence, you sent hundreds of witnesses, you spent millions of dollars to go after this young man, and you can't get him. Let him go.
After that second trial ended in a hung jury, John Jordan and Ryan Trask made the commitment that they wanted to try this case a third time and do it again because they knew what the evidence was. But in the first trial, the split was 8-4 for guilty, and in the second trial, the split was 8-4 for not guilty. So the prosecutors knew they were facing even more pressure from the court of public opinion to try and make sure they got a verdict in the third trial.
We talked to some of the jurors, and sure enough, they told us the same thing that first jury said. That it's not that we don't believe in the evidence. It's that they didn't want to convict him, knowing the consequences of life imprisonment. That started our strategy for that third trial. We were going to do everything different because a fool does the same thing over and over again. So we were ready for the third trial and presenting our case in a very different way.
We had been to the Armstrong house several times, and one thing that John said to me the last time we went, he said, do you ever notice how narrow walking through this hall would be and how close the staircase is to the doors to the Armstrong's room? And John had a brilliant idea.
When I was a young prosecutor, I happened to actually be in the courtroom watching the Susan Wright trial, where Kelly Siegler brought the bed into the courtroom and demonstrated the crime.
And I attack at the head area first.
When A.J. Armstrong, in his statement to law enforcement that night, says he saw a masked man coming from his parents' bedroom as he was on the stairs, you can see how close in proximity he would have been to this alleged masked man is very important. So how do you do that? Well, you build a staircase.
We are taught at the DA's office to make the crime come alive in front of the jury. We all learn that. When you do that, you put the jury there where they can't avoid seeing what happened.
When we were preparing for Trial 3, we had solicited as one of the foremost experts in blood spatter as well as scene reconstruction, Shelley Rossi from the Montgomery County DA's office, who's helped me on cases before. She spent hours to take measurements and pictures. And she came in and she did all the measurements. So that staircase is the exact same dimensions. We placed the staircase away from the end of the jury box so they would see how close in proximity A.J. Armstrong would have been, if you believe his statement, on the staircase to this alleged made-up assailant who had a mask on. And so two things would have happened since it's so close, literally 3 feet and 3 inches, is one, being that close, the assailant would have killed A.J. Armstrong and not allowed a survivor in the home. Or two,
911, do you need medical, police, or fire?
I just heard 2 gunshots downstairs in my parents' room.
the very first words out of your mouth when you call 911 immediately afterwards was, "There's a masked man in my house."
Can't run from it was an excellent point by them.
In the very way that the first two juries tried to avoid that cold reality of how horrible this crime was, we were not going to let them do it. They were going to have to see it. They were going to have to confront it. Well, now we're going to bring the bedroom into the courtroom. So we set up a mock bedroom.
I thought it was important for the jury to see if there was an unknown intruder that came into the home in the middle of the night to retrieve Antonio Armstrong's firearm, that they would have to come into the bedroom, walk around the king-size bed over to the nightstand, go into the bottom drawer, remove the firearm, assume that it's loaded, come back around to Dawn's side of the bed, and fire 4 shots in the middle of the night. I think that out of all of the assumptions that it was an unknown masked intruder, to do that was just ludicrous.
Reconstructing the bedroom is straight out of the Kelly Siegler playbook. It's effective, but it's like show and lights and smoke and fog and mirrors. I think it was just over dramatic.
When John Jordan started to build out the stairwell and the bedroom, I heard all about it. I got a lot of text messages and phone calls. Guess what Jordan's doing? You know where he's getting it from. So, it makes me proud that he thought to do that.
6 inches in his family.
I've been called dramatic and theatrical a few times in my life, but if it works and a jury understands what we're trying to say, then that's what matters.
After we presented the reconstruction of the crime scene, one of the things we decided to do differently was how we presented the alarm records. In the second trial, we had one representative, an expert from ADT, to explain the alarm.
What we learned in trial 2 is that because the expert from ADT did not understand the software from Alarm.com, he did not have answers for some of the things that were being asked of him by the defense attorney on cross-examination. So in trial 3, we now bring the expert that understands all of the alarm records, Jason DaCosta, who was the VP for Alarm.com. And we went through for hours, and we went through everything. And he testified to a lot of the things that the defense was trying to say to were errors in the alarm records. He could turn around and say, that's not an error. That's how the alarm records should be reporting. And so he was a great help to us in trial 3, bring the truth to the jury about what the alarm records really meant.
In closing, what I wanted the jury to feel was everything that I've tried to get them to feel in the first 2 trials. Police did a horrible job. They narrowed in on AJ, but I got really aggressive. This is a reckless prosecution. Only you can stop it. Only you can tell them enough is enough.
In closing argument, I used the alarm records. I tied in how voluminous those records were, and then I showed a text to the jury. It was something that Dawn had sent to her son, AJ, months before her murder, and it said, "The alarm doesn't lie, you lie."
After 2 hung juries and an exhausting 3rd trial, the prosecutors are making their final argument to the jury in closing statements.
Because this defendant has the ability to fool everybody, but he couldn't fool Mama.
Towards the end of my closing, since it became a decision for the jury, was it Josh or was it AJ? We ended it with what we truly believed.
I want to end this trial attempting to give a voice to Dawn. You are the only people in our community who, with your verdict, can exonerate my innocent son by holding my guilty one accountable. You could see her saying that.
It has been an emotional 1.5 years. And I told John, if he's not convicted on the evidence we just presented, it will never be good enough.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Antonio Armstrong Jr., guilty.
Our heart goes out to the family. We understand they're going through a lot. It's just their truth is not the truth, but our heart goes out to them because they are victims.
Because he was found guilty of capital murder is an automatic life sentence, and because he was 16 at the time of the crime, he'll be eligible for parole in 40 calendar years.
It's the worst moment of my career. It's a complicated emotion in that I know I fought my ass off for him. I gave a lot for that young man, but I still felt like I let him down.
Obviously, the work that all these lawyers did is pretty impressive. To be able to change their strategy based on how it played out in the last trial and move forward and stay so invested in this case speaks a lot to what good lawyers they are.
I think Antonio and Dawn would be proud of their son, Josh. I even think they would forgive AJ for what he did because that's the kind of people Antonio and Dawn were. But I know Antonio and Dawn have to be proud of the fact that we're getting the truth.
I think Josh is the ultimate victim of these murders. And to be so compassionate for your family and believe that you are one of them, only to see what played out in those trials I don't know how somebody recovers from something like that.
I'm sure he's seeing the news and seeing how he's being portrayed. Frankly, we think Dawn would have been appalled. And yes, it's two people who never met her, who's going into that courtroom, giving her a voice and holding the truth accountable and exonerating one son by convicting the other. Until the end of my career, I will be very proud of what we did to do that.
With A.J. Armstrong finally being found guilty in the courtroom, I think the hope for all of us is that Josh can walk away knowing in his heart he didn't do anything wrong, and he can go try and live his best life without anybody in his family on his side. And that's going to be really hard for him to do, but I think that all of us really hope that he's able to do that. I don't think there are very many murder cases like this one. The horror of what happened is something that nobody ever expects.
Officer down. Call for EMS. Justin, breathe! Justin, breathe!
And everything about it, the way the night started from the defendant's point of view, that he was just out shooting at animals and shooting at stop signs. I grew up doing that. But the way it evolved from that to end up shooting and murdering a game warden is crazy. I got involved in this case because the elected DA of Wharton County, which is close to home where I'm from, Matagorda County, had never tried a death penalty case before. So these are the people I grew up with. This is my world. When I met Justin's family, I'm pretty sure I cried a lot because they're wonderful people, and anyone who met Justin's family would want to get justice for him.
I'm a Texas game warden. We work where people hunt, where people fish. Our biggest focus is going to be making sure everybody's got their license and their permits and everything that they're supposed to have in order to do that legally. Our job's a little bit different than most law enforcement. Most of the people we deal with don't break the law. The flip side of that, though, is during hunting season, everybody we check has a gun. In Wharton County, there are 2 game wardens. As game wardens, we work predominantly alone. That night, I called my partner, Justin. We were close. We got along really good at the academy. And I said, okay, so where are you going? He said, I'm going to go up to Garwood area. And I said, okay. I said, where do you think I should go? He said, I'd go up there to the Bernard Prairie where we noticed that a lot of the street signs had been shot, significantly shot. You could tell it was pretty current, recent activity. That's one of those things that we kind of look for in the off season because there's not a whole lot going on. And the shooting from a public roadway in Texas is illegal. He said, maybe sit up there somewhere. Maybe you'll catch somebody. And so that's where I headed. I got up on County Road 279 and I parked my truck, turned all my lights off. Normally, I would sit on that road for 2 hours and not see a car. But I saw a truck turn off Highway 90 coming towards me, driving extremely slow. That's kind of a clue for us that there might be up to no good. So I'm sitting in the truck and I'm watching him through binoculars and he shoots. My immediate thought was, this is the guy I'm looking for. As I was approaching him, we were face to face, which is not ideal for a police stop. Ideally, I'd be behind him so I could see everything in front of me. And when he's slowly rolling towards me, initially I thought maybe he was just getting closer so we could talk. Instead, he just slowly drove past my truck. I was just going to write him a ticket and send him home. Class C misdemeanor, just like getting a traffic ticket or running a stop sign. And he takes off. I was kind of shocked. This isn't normal. Now I got a guy that's not stopping, failure to yield. So that's serious. So we just upped a charge.
When the suspect takes off the way he did, you have to chase him. What are you going to do? Let people just get away with it when they take off from you? And what kind of precedent does that set? That's how you handle it.
The
Gordon pursuing a vehicle in the area of Eagle Lake, Colorado County, Wharton County, Lissy.
We jump on Highway 90. He was driving really fast, like over 100, and my truck can't keep up. County deputies and the state troopers also joined in. Luckily, a constable was able to catch up to him. The constable was able to get behind him and call on the license plate, and it comes back to a James Garrett Freeman.
You really had to watch your speed so you didn't lose control of your vehicle.
Sound like a 22, what I can hear.
We need to try to get him stopped somehow. And really the only way that we can see so far to do that is to get stop sticks.
All units, we have spikes deployed at County Road 260. Spikes deployed right in front of y'all.
We tried to spike the vehicle several times, and it's almost like he knew where we were at because he would go the other way.
4113 unit. What's the speed at this time?
50 miles an hour, 4113.
That's good. Y'all want me to try to block him off here or try to let him pass?
Justin asked, hey, do you want me to block his vehicle? And I don't know what officer came over the radio and said it, but he's like, hey, it's your truck. And Justin did use his vehicle to block the road.
We're north on 279. I'm not sure. He may have struck 4111's vehicle.
When he hits Justin's truck, now we have assault on the police officer. We've just upped the charge to a felony.
Once he struck the truck and kept going, I knew that, this was very serious because he was not giving up easy.
3132, we're headed east on 264.
We drove around the same area for almost an hour.
What was going through my head was this guy is from the area because he's staying close and doing circles and taking the same roads.
We're setting up at 279. If he comes back this way, we'll be set up.
You could see the troopers set up, and there was really nowhere for him to go around. And he ended up hitting the spikes. There was a little relief because now I'm like, okay, this is going to end. Let's get this guy in custody and get him in jail.
3132 vehicle stopped.
You don't know what's going to happen, but it's pretty repetitive. They either stop and give up or they get out and run. And this night was different.
I drew my pistol and tried to put rounds somewhere that direction.
There was a point where he disappeared behind his truck into the cab. And at that time, I'm like, I just got to try to hit this guy. And I start firing through his back window. He reemerges from the truck, and this time he starts shooting with a rifle. You could tell it was an AK-47 or an AR, just the way it sounded.
I didn't want to get caught behind my door. Doors don't stop bullets. And so I wanted to have something solid between me and him. And so I retreated back to get behind Justin's truck. Justin flanks me. He's trying to get a clear shot. I can see him down in the ditch. And so as Justin and Freeman exchange gunfire, I look over and I see Justin's laying on the ground.
All right.
So I ran out to him and
Justin, breathe! Breathe, Justin! Breathe! Hey, Justin! Breathe! 2555 Pierce. Officer down. Just off US 90.
I wanted to make sure he's okay. And when I got to him, I knew he would.
Bitch. Come on, Call for EMS. Advising code. Starting CPR.
And the shooting stopped.
Where's he at? I don't know.
I saw the suspect running away from us, and first thing I thought was there's a tree line that I knew was there. And at that point, I'm thinking if he gets in that tree line with that rifle, we're in trouble. And I just had to take a deep breath, and I shot 2 more times. And that's when I saw him drop.
Where's he at? He's not on the ground. Anybody else in the car?
Once he's down, me and my sergeant were able to clear the vehicle and secure the suspect together. Once we get him secured, I could hear, which I think was Blackburn, saying, "Hey guys, Justin's been hit and he's hurt really bad."
3, 4, 5, break.
Somebody finally took over for me doing CPR. And I knew Justin wasn't in a good spot. I think I asked somebody if the gunman was down and out.
Did y'all kill him? I don't think so. Did y'all shoot him? Yes.
I said, "You just shot one of my brothers." And he had no expression, nothing to say to us. And he had that blank stare on his face, like he didn't care, like he was so angry that we caught him.
I'm starting CPR now.
I wanted to make sure that Justin got justice.
Come on, Justin. Come on. Come on, Justin, son! Take a breath.
He didn't have a violent past.
He had some sort of fantasy being the aggressor in a shootout with the police.
I shoot a lot of that. One of my favorite things to do.
After a wild shootout, the first responders were desperately trying to save Game Warden Justin Hurst's life. While the shooter, James Garrett Freeman, is arrested and transported for his injuries to a nearby hospital, Game Warden Justin Hurst is life-flighted via helicopter to the best trauma center around in Houston. And the Hurst family is notified of the shooting.
We were staying with Justin and his
He
wife
and Amanda. Mm-hmm.
and Kyle, who was 4 months old at the time. Amanda went into Houston, so her and I were going to get the babysit.
I really thought Justin was going to beat me home, but he wasn't there when I got home. And so I thought, well, he probably saw someone with a spotlight or someone called for backup on something. So I went ahead and went to bed, and sometime in the night, maybe 2 o'clock or so, there was a knock at the door. And when I opened the door and I saw Justin's captain there, I pushed him and just pushed him. And I was like, "Nope, go away from my door. I don't want to talk to you." I tried to shut the door on him. I knew whatever he had to say, it wasn't going to be good.
The captain said, "Amanda," he said, "Justin's been shot. We need to get dressed and go to the hospital as fast as we can."
All I could think was, we're brand new parents. You know, this can't be the end. We got to the hospital. And the doctors said, you know, we did everything we could, but he was gone.
When he was a young kid, Justin was interested in the outdoors. Later on, he graduated from A&M and went to work for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Justin and I met. I was in college still, and he was already working for TPWD. I spent my first summer as his intern. We worked together banding model ducks, tagging alligators. Justin wasn't an attention seeker. He didn't like the focus to be on him. Very easygoing, very lighthearted. We dated for 3 years and spent a lot of time just doing outdoor activities. The first time he made me a homemade chicken fried steak with homemade biscuits, I knew I'd hit the jackpot. Justin and I were married in April of 2001. It was perfect.
And then he was accepted into the Game Warden Academy.
It's an honor, really, to become a game warden in Texas.
Justin was kind of our top cadet. He taught us waterfowl identification as a cadet. He had a passion for ducks and geese and waterfowl.
Kyle was born in November of 2006.
He was so excited about being a dad. And he never got the chance.
Justin's birthday was March 17th, and when he was killed, he made it 20 minutes into his 34th birthday.
I kept asking God, why did you take my son? He had so much to offer. Why?
Game wardens have a very dangerous job. What I used to know about game wardens from sitting out at the deer lease opening night of deer season, knowing that they sneak up on you to check on you, catching you at night if you're out spotlighting, looking for coons to shoot, which is what we did growing up. You're on the lookout for game wardens, but I would feel like the main thing you think when you see one is you just want to flee or run away. You sure never think a shootout's going to happen. The night this shootout happened, it was involving a couple of different law enforcement agencies. There are 254 counties in Texas. Except for the 5 largest, all the other counties typically call in the Texas Rangers for their expertise and their assistance. So the Texas Rangers take the lead in this investigation too.
I got to the crime scene before daylight, and once the sun comes up, we start putting markers at every piece of evidence. Freeman, he used 2 weapons, a Glock 357 SIG, and he had an AK-47. We also have the defendant's truck. We find out that he has multiple weapons in his truck in addition to the weapons he used. We also have all the vehicles there, which are evidence.
Over a dozen bullet holes in my truck. I had one go through the windshield and exit behind my headrest, the back window. He was shooting where I should have been, or where he thought I was.
After the crime scene, I go to the hospital where Freeman is being treated and talk to him about why he did it. Well, Freeman was shot 4 times in the extremity, but his condition at the hospital was surprisingly good. He had some through-and-through wounds, but those were doing fine. He had to have surgery on his ankle, but he was doing well. And he was very coherent. I read him his rights, and he talked to me without really any hesitation. And I asked him what was going on that night. He said, I decided I was going to go out and do a little night hunting with my .22 and shoot a possum or something like that. After he shot one, the next thing he knew, he had lights on him, and a game warden was there, and then he ran.
What made you think I'm not going to stop? Can you tell me what was going through your mind at that time?
I don't know. I don't even have the answer to that. It's costing me more money, I guess.
So you thought maybe you could get away?
Well, I don't think I was thinking that, because I know you can't get away. I mean, even if you do outrun him, you're not going to outrun the radios.
He had no outstanding warrant, or he didn't have a lot of violations of the law on his record. He just decided that he was going to try and run. And then at the point in time where he couldn't run anymore, he decided that he was going to have a shootout.
This is kind of your opportunity to tell your side of the story and what was going on with you that, caused you to do this. Because from what I understand, this is not your nature.
I don't know why that was. I can kind of remember what my thought was. What the hell are you doing? You're going to get killed. Shot. You're not going to, just run away from it.
We were watching the video. When you jumped out, you looked like you knew what you were doing with that pistol.
I shoot a lot at the house.
Do you?
One of my favorite things to do.
He told me he didn't really understand why he did what he did, but accepted that responsibility for what he did.
It was a very tragic thing. An officer was killed.
The officer died. What was his name?
His name is Justin Hurst. Nice young man, and his wife just had a baby. How do you feel about that?
Terrible. Wasn't no reason for it, honestly.
After Texas Ranger David Maxwell interviewed James Garrett Freeman at the hospital, he was officially charged with capital murder. Under Texas law, he's facing the death sentence. This case is different because you have a defendant who, I found out later, he didn't live a life of crime, but one night in his life, one night of God knows what was going on in his head, and a whole world was changed just by stupid decisions. And there are consequences for every one of those decisions. I'm Kelly Siegler, and I make this promise, the same promise I make to all victims. I won't quit, and I will not give up. I will do what needs to be done. I always have. In 2007, the man in charge of our office, the DA's office in Harris County, basically imploded for lots of reasons. The office was in chaos, and no one knew what was going to happen next. Some friends encouraged me to run, so I ran, I campaigned, I got into a runoff, and then I lost the race for DA. I really felt defeated. I felt like a loser. I found myself thinking, what am I going to do? Because the lady who beat me was never going to keep me, and I was never going to work for her. And then a friend of mine named Ted Wilson was friends with Josh McCown, the elected DA of Wharton County, which is close to home where I'm from, Matagorda County. And Josh called Ted to say, I need some help on this death penalty case. I don't have the experience. I've never tried one before. Do you know anyone who can help me out with that? And Ted came to me one day in my office and said, Kelly, what do you think about working with the Wharton County DA? And I went, home? What? Yeah, heck yeah, I'll help him. I grew up in Blessing, Texas, which is in Matagorda County. I think growing up in a small town is the most wonderful way to grow up. It makes you friendlier, it makes you more honest, it makes you more open. The county north of Matagorda County is Wharton County. I know Wharton County so well. I have cousins from all over the whole county. I can tell you the mascots of all the high schools because of all the football games we played with everybody there. I spent summers in Wharton County. It is like home. So I went down there to meet with Josh before I quit my job officially at the DA's office. And walking into that courthouse, you know, you have to remember that I'd spent my whole career in Houston at our courthouse. So I'm pretty sure they were all eyeballing me, wondering how I was going to be, because I would have been doing the same thing.
This is a woman who's tried 19 capital murder cases and gotten convictions in every one of them. So we hired Kelly as special prosecutor.
I came to work my first day and started reading the file. It was pretty easy to understand who Justin Hurst was. He grew up wanting to be a biologist because he loved nature and animals and the water and all that. And then the rest of his life story with Amanda and his son and his parents and everything about him. You couldn't find a more righteous victim in law enforcement than Justin Hurst. James Garrett Freeman, most people called him Garrett, grew up in Wharton County, born and raised, liked to hunt and fish. And I know lots of boys that go night hunting, and they have guns and they're drinking beer and things could go crazy. That's what I thought. He must have been really drunk, right? But Freeman wasn't. So that part never made any sense. James Garrett Freeman's family hired Stanley Schneider to represent him. I know him very well. At that point, tried 3 cases against him. He is a big city lawyer. He's also not even from Texas. I've seen him in the courtroom. I've seen how he talks to people. I've seen how he talks to jurors. There's no way Stanley's approach and personality is going to play in Wharton County. And in a capital murder like this case, you had the death penalty. Everybody knows what that means. But then the legislature enacted a new law, and you have, for the first time since 2005, life without parole. I think it's a very good thing that we now have this option because every crime and every defendant and every victim is so different. In the beginning, Josh McCown, as the elected DA, with the family say so, offered life without parole. Every time I've heard of a family that stands up and says, I don't need the ultimate punishment for my loved one, I can show a little mercy, that's a rare thing.
Normally, it's a death penalty for killing a law enforcement person. But we did not want the law enforcement people that were involved to have to go through all the trial and relive that night over again.
Justin, breathe! Breathe, Justin! Breathe! Here, Justin! Breathe!
But the defendant and his counsel refused it.
Then after I was officially on the case, all of a sudden, Stanley then wanted to revisit the offer of life without parole. And at that point, Josh called Justin's family back into his office with me to see what they thought about it at that point. I remember whenever I first got involved with the case, when I came to Wharton County and met Josh that first day and he told me about his relationship with all of y'all, I could tell already that that relationship was different than anything I'd ever seen before.
Just being small town and local, we all just knew each other. So when it happened, it didn't just happen to us. It happened to Becky, and it happened to Josh, and it happened to a lot of Wharton County.
Right. Well, they also all saw what you went through.
I do have to tell you, though, that when we sat in Josh's office and you were writing on a yellow notepad, do not ask me why I can remember that detail, but you were writing like crazy, asking me details about that night. And you sat there and I'm thinking, all I can think is this big-time lawyer from Houston, I'm sure she's got her stuff together, but how is she gonna be able to relate to us? And you sat over there and listened to me tell my story, and you were sobbing and just writing and sobbing. I was like, holy cow, she's got a tender spot.
Yeah.
And then when you told me you were from Blessing, Texas, I was just, I was like, she's mine. This is my girl right here.
I remember the first time I met y'all to talk about, can we resolve the case without a trial? You remember that day?
Yeah.
And Josh, more than I've ever seen any prosecutor do, left a lot of, not the final decision, but a lot of it up to y'all.
Mm-hmm. I remember we decided, what our decision was, that we would give him the offer of life without parole.
And do you know why he didn't take it?
No.
I think that his lawyer thought that he was going to beat the case because Josh didn't have death penalty experience. I think that was a very significant part of how that all played out.
I remember you saying, then we've only got one way to go.
When you choose to kill law enforcement, the people whose job it is to defend us and protect us, and you do that ultimate step, you have to be looking at the ultimate punishment. But there are people that disagree with that. The family felt like they had left life without parole as an option for plenty of time, and they didn't want to do that anymore, and they were ready to proceed with going through a trial and seeking the death penalty. I've been prepping for this case for about a month, and now it's finally time to pick the jury. Everybody in Wharton County expected Josh and me to get the death penalty. And the only thing we had to do wrong was pick one bad juror. It's got to be unanimous. And we have to try the case for guilt and punishment. So one of those jurors, this round or this round, that says, I just can't do it, we've lost. We started opening statements that first day. The courtroom was pretty packed. My goal was to tell a story about that whole night and how it all went down. And so we started with the way Freeman went out that night to go night hunting. Scott Blackburn tried to pull him over, and how it progressed, and to how he was able to load those weapons before he stopped. He knew when he got out of the car that he was going to start firing. And then the way he parked his car to try and take out not just Justin Hurst, but 6 other cops, and walk the jury through that so they would understand the calculated, premeditated massacre that Freeman tried to orchestrate that night.
I've never seen someone 5 foot tall fight like a bulldog like Kelly Sigler.
Stanley Schneider and Lee Cox give their opening statements where they lay out suicide by cop, which means that in that moment on that night, he wanted the cops to shoot him because in that moment he was depressed. That was going to be his defense.
There are people who attempt to draw out an officer and put them in a difficult situation where the officer believes they have to shoot. I think that could apply here, but one has to be able to try and establish that through past suicide attempts, through obvious depression.
If Stanley Schneider is successful in making the jury believe this all happened because of suicide by cop, Garrett Freeman could be found not guilty of capital murder, not guilty of murder, not guilty of anything.
In the process of going over the evidence and deciding what we're going to present, what we're not going to present, we as a team made the decision not to present the confession.
From what I understand, this is not your nature.
I don't know why I did it.
My thinking was, along with Josh's, why would we use that? We'd rather have him take the stand if he wants to tell his story. Then he would have to undergo cross-examination and explain everything else. When you see the video of what happened, that's all you need. I wanted to make sure that everybody on the jury understood all the things that were going on strategically on the side of Freeman and the cops.
Freeman was crouched down below the line of the truck bed, shooting directly at Justin.
Justin was drawing Freeman's fire so the other officers could move out and they could then fire on Freeman. Had he not done that, the loss of life would have been tremendous because he was showing no mercy.
Justin, breathe! Breathe, Justin! Breathe! Hey, Justin! Breathe!
I truly believe I'm here because of him. I feel like he saved my life and the others.
Josh McCowan was the one who took me on the stand, and we went through the video, the way he positioned the truck. It's just what we teach our officers to survive. And as he was firing on the officers, he worked his way down and worked his way back to cab, which is his best cover, when he fired the last shot. That's someone who's counting. That's what we teach our police officers to do, to count your rounds, make sure that you don't run out of ammunition when you don't have cover. He's very experienced and very practiced. I found out when I interviewed him that he practiced almost every day with his weapons. And my theory is that he kind of fantasized about being in a situation like this. And why did he do it that night? Nobody knows. He did everything in his power to provide himself with the best angle, best cover. Nothing in his actions indicated in any way, shape, or form that he was trying to kill himself.
To me, it was important that every single officer involved in the chase that night and the shootout that night, for each of them, take the stand. And I wanted the jury to see that those men who testified in that trial, it changed their lives forever.
There are many lives that were affected by the actions of Freeman on that day. And every officer out there was traumatized by what happened that day.
People get this idea that cops are just want to get in shootouts and have all the glory, and that is far beyond the truth. I would not wish this on anybody, any officer, to have to even shoot somebody in their career, much less have their partner get killed.
Scott Blackburn is the person who is the beginning of this story. He's the other game warden who was best friends with Justin Hurst. Scott Blackburn was probably the most important fact witness. You want to make sure when you're laying out this whole crazy way it went down to the jury that they understand what all was going on in Scott Blackburn's mind as it started all the way until it ended. And you try your best to put into evidence all the little actions and steps that Freeman took.
I I demonstrated how Freeman was using his guns. When he came out with the pistol, he took what we kind of call a military stance or a law enforcement stance, aiming at my vehicle and Sergeant Tiarina's vehicle, and he was going back and forth, kind of a sweeping motion from vehicle to vehicle.
The tricky part with Scott was that he was so involved, invested, and traumatized, and it was just painful to watch him have to tell the story.
When I testified, I wear this called an End of Watch bracelet. And so it has Justin's name on it and the day that he died. But when the defense cross-examined me, we watched the entire dash cam video together and critiqued every single thing I said.
I think that Scott Blackburn and all the other officers involved that night, that they all did a wonderful job, and there wasn't a person in the courtroom that doubted one word that they had to say. When Josh and I rested our case, we both thought that it was going very, very well.
Stanley had the Freeman family testify to the fact that Freeman had no violence in his background, and this was not him.
The world of people that knew Freeman was a really nice group of people. His parents were wonderful from everybody you talked to. We were dreading that because we knew they were going to be good witnesses, and they were. They tried their best to explain what happened that night, but I think the question that we all had, and maybe they had too, was, but why? Why? What was going on to make him do this? And I don't think any of them had that answer. Dr. Jerome Brown was called by the defense as an expert to try and establish even better this theory of suicide by cop.
The test that Dr. Brown administered to Mr. Freeman is essentially a risk assessment survey for characteristics that mental health professionals have identified as tending to elevate or decrease a risk. Personal responsibility, substance abuse, familiarity with firearms, all of those things are involved in those assessments.
I know Dr. Jerome Brown very well, and I've cross-examined him before. And Stanley should realize that if he's going to call a shrink to the stand, I'm going to read the paperwork. We got a chance to look at his records on James Garrett Freeman, which showed that he wasn't significantly depressed, which is huge if you're going to claim suicide by cop.
Kelly really crossed him hard. And when Dr. Brown was through, he was out the back door real quick. He didn't talk to anybody.
I'm pretty sure they were regretting putting him on the stand.
We were in there through the entire time.
It went on for
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
We watched the young man.
He showed no emotion.
There was no expression on the kid's face.
The trial was dreadful. Brought back all the pain all over again.
I remember telling the jury that he tried his hardest to massacre 7 cops. That would have been the worst law enforcement massacre in American history at that time. It's not real complicated, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't want to go to jail. And when you kill a cop after you tried to kill 6 other cops, if that's not capital murder, then what the hell is? The jury deliberated and came back with a verdict in about 4 hours. It matters where people are from. And these people in this jury, they're from Wharton County, Texas. And I thought I knew then how they were going to appreciate how this crime went down. And they weren't going to put up with it. And they didn't put up with it. And that's what their verdict was. He was found guilty.
It was a relief to hear the verdict. There was no joy on our part in hearing that.
Getting him found guilty of capital murder is what we were expected to do. The real challenge here was always, but does he deserve the death penalty? Once we start part 2 of the trial, we didn't have a lot of evidence. He didn't have prior crimes where we're going to bring in victims or cops. It was more about what is the defense going to do now, if anything, to make a jury think, I don't want to give him the death penalty for any reason at all. The defense brought in Dr. Deneen Milam, a different psychologist, to talk about her testing of Freeman and what she saw. And I remember reading her paperwork thinking, oh, I don't know that I would put her on in the punishment phase of the trial. Because on cross-examination, I was able to show the jury that buried in all of her paperwork was also the finding that when you test Freeman, he has impulse control issues, he has anger issues. That's the last thing you want to be able to introduce into evidence in a capital murder case when the issue before the jury is, are you going to be a future threat? Well, the most common future threats are the people that can't control their anger.
He's a continuing threat to society because no one who knew him his entire life could have predicted what he did that day. That means nobody could say with any certainty that he wouldn't do this again.
We waited overnight for a verdict for the death penalty. And that next day, the jury came back around right before lunchtime and gave him the death penalty.
It's bittersweet. You feel horrible for his family, for Freeman's family, because now they've lost a son. But yet you feel a sense of justice for the Hurst family, because this person who took their son away can't do that to anybody else.
Before I ever even came on board, Garrett Freeman was offered life without parole, and he didn't take it. And had he taken it, he would still be alive today. When I think about y'all's case and the trial, the thing that stands out to me is what happened after the death penalty verdict came down and the jury had left. Do y'all remember what happened?
I remember hugging his family.
His parents, James Garrett Freeman's parents, they had nothing to do with what their son did that night, and they paid the price for that. What they went through, too, is really, really sad.
To bury their child, and especially after making such a poor decision, you know?
No.
God, no mom should ever have to go through that. You know, our community loved on us and it held us at high esteem at all times, and I can't imagine being on the other side of that. She wasn't on trial.
I know.
She didn't make the mistake.
No.
They were just normal people like us, you know? After Justin's death, of course, you know, you go through a roller coaster, and I was livid how anybody could just take such a sweet soul and gun him down like that. And then it took a while for me to realize that it was never anything personal, because the guy didn't know Justin. And had he known Justin, there's no way he could have done that, because Justin was just a good person. He was a good, wholesome person.
My God, what a wonderful man. There was nothing bad about Justin.
There's not a day go by that you don't think of Justin. That's the way it will always be.
To have that actual father figure take you hunting and fishing, teach you how to tie ropes and fishing line, it's not there for me. But she's been here my whole life, helping me through all of it. She does her hardest.
Yep, you've done good, haven't we?
When two young women, Colleen Reed and Melissa Northrup, go missing in eerily odd, similar circumstances, all signs point to a death row inmate who's on parole and on the run. Nobody can find that convicted killer, and a massive manhunt ensues. The way he killed people, the way he tortured them, the pleasure he took in it is on a whole different level.
Are you Melissa's killer?
No.
And in the aftermath of his trial, the corruption involved with the parole system is exposed for all the world to see. I've prosecuted a lot of really horrible people, but Kenneth McDuff is in a world of his own.
The evidence shows that this defendant is every person's nightmare.
No comment.
Melissa Northrup is a petite mother of 2 children and pregnant. But she's working these pre-dawn hours at a convenience store to make ends meet. Melissa Northrup's husband phones his wife just to check up on her. Becomes alarmed that she's not answering her phone. So he drives down there and goes in. There's no sign of his wife.
Melissa's husband, Aaron Northrup, when he found out that she was missing, immediately called the Waco Police Department.
911. Yeah, this is Aaron Northrup at the Quick Pack at 4200 LaSalle. I need a sheriff's DPS officer over here immediately. What's wrong? My wife is missing. She's not nowhere to be found around her store. This place is totally vacant. Customers were watching the store.
What is her name?
Melissa Ann Northrup.
We have a missing attendant at the Quick Pack. Her name is Melissa Ann Northrup, white female, 22 years of age. Her vehicle was also missing. There was some money missing from the store, and right now we're treating this as a robbery, kidnapping. We have no suspects at this time. Our husband, he has no idea where she's at neither. Of course, he's worried. Our whole family is worried. We just want to locate this young lady.
So I talked to my wife 5 minutes before this happens. All of a sudden, she's just gone. And I don't know if you can imagine how that feels.
Investigators found a tan 2-door Thunderbird abandoned on the parking lot of a motel located just a few hundred feet from the convenience store where Melissa Northrup has disappeared. The police runs the registration and finds that it's registered to Kenneth Allen McDuff.
Kenneth McDuff is a death row inmate in Texas who was surprisingly paroled out off of a life sentence 2.5 years before Melissa Northrup went missing. He was convicted of a triple homicide of some teenagers back in 1966.
In 1966, Kenneth McDuff and his accomplice, Troy Dell Green, set out on a mission. They went cruising for women. And they found 3 vulnerable teenagers, Edna Sullivan, Robert Brand, and his cousin, Mark Dunham, parked at a local high school on the baseball field, playing music, and they're just laughing and having fun. Little do they know, McDuff and Roy Dell Green are crawling toward the car. Roy Dell Green has a broken handle of a broomstick with him. And McDuff's got a revolver. He jumps up to the car window with his gun drawn, and then the nightmare starts. McDuff forced the 2 boys into the trunk of his car. He then took Edna Sullivan in Robert Brand's car and drove it down these country roads with Troy Dell Green following in McDuff's car. Finally, they came to a desolate place. He opens the trunk, and there's Robert Brand and his cousin, and he tells his accomplice, Roy Dell Green, they've seen us. I gotta kill them. And he shoots them. Then drags Edna Sullivan to the back of the car and assaults her with the broken handle of a broomstick. He straddled Edna Sullivan and placed the broomstick across her throat, and he crushed her larynx.
McDuff and Roy Dell Green drove back to the Rosebud area where they lived.
And then several days later, Roy Dale Green felt terribly guilty about what happened and spoke to the sheriff there and confessed what they had done. It was an absolutely terrible crime, absolutely brutal in every way. And so the sheriff and other deputies began looking for McDuff. They were able to find him. He tried to get away. There was some shooting, and then he was captured. The trial drew a lot of publicity.
The first time I heard the name Kenneth McDuff was in 1966. My father was a U.S. Marshal at the time. He was talking to the sheriff of Falls County, and he was a tough guy, but he was visibly shaken up, and he was telling my dad about McDuff, and it made me sick. He was known as the broomstick killer because that's what he used to kill Edna Sullivan with after he tortured her with it.
Roy Dale Green pleaded guilty to one of the murders and some of the circumstances, so he got a 5-year sentence and a 25-year sentence. And he turned state's evidence to testify against Kenneth McDuff.
The jury found Kenneth McDuff guilty, and he was assessed the death penalty.
Six years after Kenneth McDuff had killed the 3 high school teenagers, Furman v. Georgia came down from the United States Supreme Court. In that landmark case, the Supreme Court said that the death penalty was unconstitutional because it was applied arbitrarily all across the country. That meant that every death row inmate in the country, including Kenneth McDuff, had their death sentence commuted to life.
Texas prisons had become very crowded. So, although he had originally gotten a death penalty, Kenneth McDuff was released from prison on parole.
When Kenneth McDuff had his sentence commuted to life, you want to believe, okay, we're still safe, because he would never be released to free society again, but he was. Everybody in the criminal justice system was wondering, how can this happen?
The Waco area, Central Texas area, certainly had its share of crime, but abductions, missing persons, that would have been pretty unusual. And then the circumstances of it were odd. So you suspect the worst.
The investigators didn't have a lot to go on. And when they came up with this license plate that came back to McDuff, that was something to work on, but that wasn't enough to find and to arrest Kenneth McDuff. You still have to have evidence, and you still have to investigate the case.
We knew we had to do something to try to find Melissa. If she was kidnapped by McDuff, the urgency was paramount.
All of a sudden, we learn about a case that sounds a whole lot like Melissa's.
Then police told me, we believe she's been abducted. Yeah, this is a nightmare.
We felt like McDuff probably got her.
And by the way, he's a killer.
I think that everyone wanted to believe that Melissa Northrup was out there still alive. Everybody was focused on trying to find her and track down her kidnapper.
Melissa's car was discovered by a fisherman near the gravel pit outside of Dallas. He contacted the local authorities. No fingerprints were found in Melissa's car, but the seat was pushed all the way back. Melissa was like 4'10", 4'11". Kenneth McDuff was a big guy. He was 6'3", 6'4", weighed probably 270 pounds or so. It indicated that a very large person, someone of McDuff's size, had been driving that car. An extensive search was conducted in that area, but she was not found.
One day after the car had been located, I received a missing persons report for Kenneth Allen McDuff, and this was reported by his mother, Addie McDuff. She said she'd not heard from him in days. She was concerned about him. Kenneth McDuff had a parole violation warrant at that time.
This is the oldest scam going. When a parolee has jumped parole and taken off, often a family member will say they're missing, just as a cover story.
With McDuff missing about the same time that Melissa Northrup was missing, and with McDuff's car within 100 feet or so of the convenience store, we thought that ought to give rise to some pretty quick action by the state to try to at least find the guy. Unfortunately, the DA says there's no probable cause. We're not getting a warrant to get McDuff, even though the woman's missing. Circumstantially, he's connected to it. And by the way, he's a killer.
This is just the way you follow the law, and that's what they were doing here. And they didn't have enough evidence to connect anybody to the disappearance of Melissa Northrup. So at that point, Bill Johnston came up with a novel approach to try and figure out where Kenneth McDuff was and get him in custody.
One of the deputies said, we have a bail bond clerk whose boyfriend might have run around with McDuff. And I talked to the boyfriend and I asked him, what did you do with him? And he said, well, he bought 2 tabs of LSD and gave me one. That's federal drug distribution. I called the U.S. magistrate judge and said, Your Honor, I'd like to send over a complaint and warrant alleging a violation of 21 United States Code Section 841A1, distribution of a controlled substance, namely LSD. The judge signed the warrant, and so a nationwide manhunt for Kenneth McDuff took place on the distribution of a single tab of LSD. It went through a huge effort by many agencies and many people.
The Central Texas Task Force, as we called it at the time, was the McLennan County Sheriff's Office, Waco Police, of course, U.S. Marshals. We had officers from ATF. It was an unbelievable effort on everybody's part to catch this guy as quickly as we could.
They did a search warrant at McDuff's parents' house, and during which the mother declared, don't frame little Junior. The father, he was in the garage of their house during the search, and I heard him say, oh, that boy's cost me a lot of money. You can kill him when you find him if you want to. I mean, it's a real loving family.
While the task force is looking for Melissa Northrup and Kenneth McDuff, they hear of the disappearance of someone from Austin, Texas that happened just a few months before. It sounds eerily similar to what happened to Melissa Northrup.
Colleen Reed and I were seriously dating. The 29th of December, 1991, she had errands to run, and she mentioned she had to go wash her car. And then probably about 9:30, I got the first call from the police department asking to speak to Colleen. And I said, well, she's not here. What's going on? And they said, well, we found her car abandoned at the car wash, and we believe she's been abducted. I was surprised and obviously worried. Colleen was a gift from God. She was a blessing to me. She was 28 at the time, and we talked about getting married and, having children and having a life together. She was very beautiful inside and out. She was just always looking to help people, and she cared about her community. She just volunteered for everything, and I think that was her passion, to do right things. We loved each other, no doubt about it.
The Colleen Reed case. Witnesses observed 2 males forcing a female into a Thunderbird.
We knew that McDuff drove a tan Thunderbird. It's possible that it could have been the same car. So now we felt like McDuff was the one that probably got her. And so we were trying so hard to find out if she was still alive and maybe rescue her, along with Melissa Northrup.
Back then, there wasn't quite the technology today we might have gained from surveillance cameras. And so the approach that we took was, let's find everybody that knows McDuff and talk to them.
I was brought in as the liaison investigator since McDuff had spent so much time on death row. My job was interviewing ex-cons and guys out on parole that he knew from the penitentiary. He wasn't a very popular guy in the penitentiary.
He was running with really bad outlaws, scumbags of all kinds.
Finally, we developed an acquaintance named Hank Worley.
Worley was a paroled ex-con.
It was told to us he was an associate of McDuff's and he drove around with McDuff.
I started doing research on Worley, and I determined that he had a civil hearing. I walked over to the courthouse on the day of the hearing, and I caught Worley as he was walking out. I asked him if I could talk to him. Worley said he would. Took him to the Bell County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Division. I started questioning Worley about the Reed and Northrup disappearance. Worley was extremely nervous, trying not to make eye contact. I wasn't sure what he knew, but I didn't want to put a whole lot of pressure on him, and I didn't want to lose him. So I told him I'll be back in touch. Hank Worley was living at Bloom Motel with his daughter. It's a rundown, low-rent hotel. I went to visit Hank several times. One evening, about 6 o'clock, I received a phone call from Hank Worley. He said, "I need to talk to you now." So I drive over, and he was waiting outside for me. He walks over to the passenger side door, and he says, "I was with McDuff when he took that girl in Austin." He said, "I got to ask you a favor. Can I go talk to my daughter one last time because I'm probably not coming back?" I said, "Yes." He said goodbye to his daughter. He came back, got in the car, and we went to the sheriff's office.
Tim Steglich got Worley to tell what was probably 90% of the truth. And it was the worst thing I'd ever heard. And it remains the worst thing I'd ever heard.
When the investigators interview Hank Worley, not only does he talk about his own involvement, he gives them even more details about exactly what Kenneth McDuff did to Colleen Reed.
Worley started by saying he and McDuff went to Austin to get bent, which is to get high. And while they were driving on 5th Street, they see a female at a car wash. And McDuff made some statement that we're going to take that girl.
He tells us that Colleen Reed is washing her sports car at this car wash, and then McDuff pulls into the bay next to her, gets out, grabs her by the throat, brings her to the car, throws her in the back seat. McDuff gets in the back seat with her. Worley drives off, and then the torture begins.
Colleen Reed's hands were bound with shoelaces while they were in transit. They drove around Austin and then drove north on Interstate 35.
Worley told us McDuff is in the back seat torturing Colleen Reed with a cigarette over and over.
Worley drove a vehicle for 2 hours with a woman screaming.
He's visibly shaken up when he is remembering how loud her screams are. And he told us, he said, loud that hurt my ears. He had his head down and he was shaking. And then he went down on his knees. We're just in disbelief. And she begged Worley for help. Worley says, I was afraid of McDuff myself. There were all kind of ways Worley could have jumped out of the car and waved people down and got them involved, and McDuff would have been caught. But he was a low-life coward.
Colleen was taken to a field about 200 to 300 yards from Kenneth McDuff's parents' residence in Bell County.
McDuff drug her out of the car and reared back and hit her so hard in the face that Worley described it like a tree limb breaking. And so then he drags her over and threw her in the trunk.
Although he didn't have any knowledge of Melissa Northrup's disappearance, the statement from Hank Worley is pretty hard to listen to, and it had to have gotten those investigators super fired up to try and find Kenneth McDuff.
Worley led us to believe that McDuff would have murdered Colleen Reed and buried her somewhere in that area of Bell County. The next day, there was a helicopter with an infrared unit on it. They had the entire Austin Police Cadet Academy come up and walk the fields. An enormous effort was made to try to find a grave, and none was ever found.
With Hank Worley's confession that he and Kenneth McDuff were the ones who abducted Colleen Reed, and Melissa Northrup going missing just 2 months after that in similar circumstances, the investigators knew they were on the right track. Kenneth McDuff was no longer just a person of interest. He is the sole suspect in the disappearance of Melissa Northrup.
What we know about Kenneth Allen McDuff, he's a violent, dangerous human being. And like the captain says, he needs to be off the streets.
Central Texas were on edge. People were scared to death that this creature would catch them or their wives or their daughters.
Almost 2 months after Melissa Northrup goes missing, a resident of South Dallas makes a grisly discovery.
Melissa Northrup's body is found in a deserted gravel pit that's filled with water in Dallas County, about a 100-mile drive from Waco. Her remains are found by a fisherman about a quarter-mile away from where her car was found stuck in the mud.
We do have a positive identification on the body. It is that of Melissa Ann Northrup.
The one clue that this is the work of Kenneth McDuff is that her ankles and hands were bound with shoelaces.
McDuff had certain traits and certain patterns, and one of them was he liked to bind his victims' hands and feet if he could, and he often used their shoestrings. He would literally get their shoes off, pull the string out, and use it.
It was a great sense of relief that we finally found her. We finally knew what happened and gave us more evidence to use against McDuff if and when we could catch him.
At this point, you have the detailed statement of Hank Worley, you have the body of Melissa Northrup, you have her car, and you have Kenneth McDuff's car. And they know that both victims had been tied up with shoelaces, but you're still missing two big pieces. You're missing the body of Colleen Reed, and you're missing Kenneth McDuff.
I mean, the truth is we didn't have a clue where he was. And the Marshal Service had a notion to put it on national television.
I contacted America's Most Wanted.
The families of those murder victims pray for the capture of McDuff. Tonight, your call could end the manhunt.
America's Most Wanted aired that Friday. We got a call Monday from Kansas City police that they think McDuff may be in that area.
The Kansas City Police Department had gotten information from a viewer that had watched America's Most Wanted show. Hey, this is the guy that's wanted out of Texas for these killings.
A witness who called, who said he thought he was working with McDuff in Kansas City.
McDuff had gotten arrested up there on a prostitution sting, but they didn't take him into custody. They just wrote him a bench ticket and put his thumbprint on the ticket. I had the prints from the prison, and we compared them, and it was obvious that it was him.
We couldn't believe it. After all this manhunt, finally going to get this low-down scum off the street.
The Kansas City police find out that he was working on a garbage truck. So they set up a sting operation involving a checkpoint and stopped the truck under the pretense that they were doing a safety inspection on the vehicle. And that's when they identified and arrested him.
McDuff denied everything and then finally said, I want to talk to an attorney.
After he was caught, the federal judge ordered him removed to Waco, Texas, and the U.S. Marshals provided their fastest jet. So McDuff was handcuffed and he was placed in the jet opposite from me and a couple seats back. I think about being on the airplane with that guy. God, you know, he probably should have been duct taped to the seat.
We got back to the airport here in Waco, put him in the sheriff's unit, and we bust every red light coming through town. We get to the federal courthouse, and this big crowd of family and loved ones of people that have been his victims.
The word had gotten out. There was a groundswell of outrage.
By this time, everybody in Texas knew what a monster this guy was.
And they're screaming and cursing him. They're good people that have lost loved ones. And here we are having to protect this serial killer.
After finding Melissa Northrup's body and then arresting Kenneth McDuff, he is charged with the capital murder of Colleen Reed and the capital murder of Melissa Northrop. But Colleen Reed's body still has not been found, and Kenneth McDuff is not talking. Prosecuting a murder without a body is difficult because you have to prove that they're dead, and you like to be able to prove the cause of death too, and you can't do that when you don't have a body. For all those reasons, the state decided to move forward with the prosecution of Melissa Northrop's case first.
No comment.
McDuff had escaped the death penalty before because the Supreme Court threw it out. By this time, Texas had reinstated the death penalty. We felt that we needed to get him the death penalty so that he could never commit any more crimes like this. It was going to be difficult. It was not a slam dunk. We didn't have anybody that was an actual eyewitness to the murder of Melissa Northrop.
The prosecution case was the definition of circumstantial. I mean, they had to take a bunch of unrelated facts and put them all together, and there just really wasn't, in our mind, any conclusive evidence that he committed the murder. I think they were relying more on his past and his history than facts. To say it was a high-profile case is probably an understatement.
Same are the charges against you?
There was so much publicity that I don't think you would ever found 12 people who could have impartially judged it.
So the judge decided it would be better to have a change of venue and decided to send the case to Houston.
Is there a place you think you would get a fair trial?
I'll have to think about that.
Do you think you're a monster?
No.
And Judge Bob Burdett was assigned to oversee the case. And I'm very familiar with how he controls his courtroom. He doesn't put up with any nonsense. You better make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted if you're trying a case in front of him.
When you have a crime and you don't have any witnesses to prove that the person did the crime, the law allows the state to present other very similar offenses, extraneous offenses as they're called.
Typically, you don't try one murder by bringing in another murder, but when you're trying to establish that the same person committed the crime, sometimes it can be allowed in for limited purposes only. There was a hearing in this trial where Judge Bob Burdett had to rule on whether or not he was going to allow into evidence the extraneous other murder of Colleen Reed in the trial of Melissa Northrop.
It's only in pretty limited situations that they're allowed to go into facts of another case, and this was one of them. It was basically two murder cases wrapped up into one.
Hank Worley was the key to breaking the case.
Worley's testimony showed how McDuff had accomplished the murder of Colleen Reed and the similarities between her kidnapping and murder and the Northrop kidnapping and murder.
Our cross-examination of Worley was really focused on he was just as potentially liable and as guilty as McDuff and could be facing the same charge and the same punishment. So he had every reason in the world to paint things in a light that got him out of a jam. I didn't think Worley was even close to a credible witness.
I think the testimony was extremely unsettling to the jury.
Kenneth, do you plan on taking the stand?
Oh, yes, I will take the stand.
Are you positive?
It was definitely against our advice to take the stand, but it was something that he wanted to do.
The case they have isn't strong. They fear they get an acquittal verdict on the case as it stands right now.
Why would Kenneth McDuff take the stand when he hasn't, at that point, talked to law enforcement about anything?
I think that McDuff thought that he could go sell a story to the jury and convince them that he was innocent.
During the trial of Melissa Northrup, Kenneth McDuff says he wants to take the witness stand. His lawyers advise him not to do that, of course, because if he testifies, then he is going to be cross-examined on anything the prosecutors want to ask him about. He does not take the advice of his lawyers, and he takes the witness stand. From the prosecutor's point of view, I'm sure they were very excited that Kenneth McDuff didn't listen to his lawyers.
McDuff testified that he was not in Waco when Melissa Northrup was killed. He said he decided to leave Waco behind, to try to shed his past and get a new life, and gave all these details of his journey. And I'm sure he thought with that long story that he had impressed the jury, but I didn't think he'd accomplish what he intended.
When Kenneth McDuff takes the witness stand, not only can the prosecutors cross-examine him about Melissa Northrup, the victim he's being tried for, they can ask him about Colleen Reed and other crimes that the jury would not have known about when they were just deliberating his guilt.
John Segrist did the cross-examination, and he, of course, questioned McDuff about the murder in 1966. The jury had not heard anything about that murder previously. And also our evidence about the murder of Colleen Reed, that was something that obviously was helpful to us.
The evidence shows that this defendant is every person's nightmare.
The jury was out about 3 hours.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Kenneth Allen McDuff, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment.
Kenneth McDuff is found guilty of murdering Melissa Northrup, and he is sentenced to die by lethal injection.
The whole time the judge was talking, I was crying, and it was just really a load lifted.
Kenneth Allen McDuff is the only person that's been on death row twice in Texas.
Can you tell me how you're feeling?
That's what I'm guilty.
Any thoughts on what's next?
I guess I'm gonna die, apparently. We all do, you know.
Will today's decision bring your family closure?
There's never be a closure. To me, my daughter's not resting in peace until this man is dead. So I don't want him to be able to do this ever again.
1 year later, and the case against McDuff for the murder of Colleen Reed was tried without a body.
The jury found him guilty and then also assessed a death penalty.
It's a relief, you know. She died a horrible death, but she lived a good life.
It was like another nail in the coffin. He's not getting out of this one. You're going to pay now. And there's some pieces of me that I didn't know exist. The hate that I had for that guy and the things that I dreamed that I could do to that guy. It's just like, but God help me.
The last chapter will always be reserved for bringing Colleen home. So guys,
Kenneth McDuff is finally convicted for the capital murder of Colleen Reed and the capital murder of Melissa Northrup. But people still had a lot of questions. Where's Colleen Reed's body? Has he killed anybody else, anywhere else in the country? And how in the world did he get released from prison in the first place?
After he had been found guilty of capital murder of Melissa Northrup and Colleen Reed, I started investigating the parole board. The state was under pressure for prison crowding by a federal judge. So in 1989, the parole board are told, start releasing 150 inmates a day, 7 days a week. It started off with your hot check rioters and property crimes, but before long, they were at the bottom of the barrel. James Granberry, as parole board chairman, was finding inmates' families who had money.
The investigation revealed that he would actually shake them down. They love their kids. They don't want them in prison, and they'll do anything to get them out.
Kenneth McDuff walked out of a maximum security prison on parole under a cloud of corruption that no one realized at the time.
There was no way to know how many violent criminals got out this way. I was appalled.
Texas is supposed to be this tough place with all these death penalties. Well, heck, they were letting everybody out. It was a travesty, and it was an embarrassment, and it was wrong, and people were dying in the streets because of it.
You sure don't think that a serial killer is going to be one of the ones that slips through the cracks. But that's what happened. And look what happened in the free world, where he got to continue to prey on women, and he killed 2 more people. And that's all the fault of the system.
With McDuff, the justice system did its work. They put him back on death row. But to close those cases for the families, recovering the victims is the priority. So as he was getting close to the execution set date, I started going down to death row. I would spend 4 or 5 hours with him, talking to him. The most chilling thing that he said to me was about Colleen Reed. He said, I took her out of the vehicle and she got away from me and she ran and fell down. He said, if she had just gotten up and ran away, I could have never caught her. But she didn't. She just laid there and cried. I mean, you talk about the hair standing up on the back of your neck.
I needed to know where Colleen Reed was. And I needed him to tell me the truth, but he had no motivation to do so. And we had good information that he was going to be executed in just 2 or 3 weeks. Time was running out.
Seven years after Colleen Reed goes missing, they still can't find her body. Her family is in pain, and Kenneth McDuff is sitting on death row not saying a word. A few weeks before his execution date, a window of opportunity cracks open.
McDuff comes in and he's complaining about a toothache. I say to him, look, you're a man of your word. I'm a man of my word. Here's what's going to happen. The dentist will be here tomorrow. I'll put you first on that list. You'll be going in, getting that tooth fixed. And once you get that tooth fixed, you come in and you sit in that chair and you give us what we need. And that's what he did. He drew out the map for Colleen's location, where he buried her.
This is where McDuff brought Colleen Reed after he tortured her and beat her to death. It brings back so many bad memories and feelings. Just knowing what happened to Colleen. Went right out there, about where that third tree is. Had a tractor with a blade, and we had a bulldozer with a blade. Still couldn't find her.
When the blade went by the bulldozer and scraped, I saw something, and I moved away some dirt, and there was Colleen's skull.
We found her. Representatives of the medical examiner's office put her in the back seat of their car and took her back to Austin. They weren't going to put her in the trunk. You know, she was going to ride with them in the car.
We had information that thankfully led us to some remains a while ago. They would be the remains of Colleen. What we heard was done to her was etched in our minds, and I cannot, you just don't understand that. We've done this for years. We don't understand how one human being could do that to another human being.
This case, McDuff, coupled with the corruption side of it, changed the way the criminal justice system operated in Texas. It was a huge scandal.
It led to the largest expenditure of taxpayer money for prison construction in history.
There was the first overhaul of the criminal justice code in over a quarter of a century. Now we have what's called a series of the McDuff laws. He became the poster boy for change in the criminal justice system.
McDuff was executed tonight by the state of Texas He was pronounced dead at 6:26.
I know that I never have to walk into another courtroom and look at him again. This part is over.
Colleen's memory has lived on. There are people that still love her and miss her. There's an endowment at LSU, her school, Colleen Reed Opportunity Fund, and so her name will be carried on with that scholarship. So
it's nice for us to say that ultimately they got justice. You know what? If I was Colleen Reed or Melissa Northrup's family, I would tell you, I don't want to hear any talk about justice because all I feel is pain. Because a monster like Kenneth McDuff roamed the streets of Texas. And a lot of that roaming happened because the system failed Colleen and Melissa, and it failed all of us. And that is a horrible tragedy that should never have happened. So-called honor killings are an archaic form of vigilante justice. These killings often target women who have defied their husband or father's moral code or religious beliefs. They only used to occur in certain Middle Eastern nations. But today, honor killings happen in the United States, even in big cities like Houston, Texas.
Oh my God, why did God do this to me?
While the man behind the killings in this case wants you to think that he was driven by honor, what he's really driven by is power and control. I've never worked on an honor killing case before, but when friends of mine were appointed special prosecutors in this case, I knew a lot of pressure was on them to prove to a jury that it was really not about religion at all.
I'm a very, very dangerous man. God knows it's from the world war too.
If his rules are not followed, you will die. It's as simple as that.
This isn't an attack on the Muslim religion. This is one man and one family's extremist views.
Around midnight, my phone rings. It's the desk officer informing me we got a case. It's in the Sugar Hill Galleria area of Houston. When I pull into the driveway, I'm met by the patrol officer that was the primary unit on the call. He found this car running with the tires spinning on the pavement, and at that time he saw the victim laying across the front seat, slumped over the console. It's a woman who's deceased. She was shot in the head. We called the medical examiner's office. They took possession of the victim. We were able to then collect evidence in and out inside the car. There was part of a bullet fragment recovered on the ground. There's a cell phone in the car and a purse in the front passenger seat. In her purse, we found her wallet with her driver's license. It revealed her name was Gallery Bagherzadeh. She was approximately 30 years of age, and she lived in the community right there in the townhomes. Being responsible for the witness interviews of this investigation, I knocked on several doors, and a man who lived the adjacent building over, he could see out of his bedroom window. He saw a silver or a light blue Camry or a Honda Accord fleeing from the scene.
But the witness doesn't get the license plate. He also had no idea what the driver looked like.
We go back and we're still going over the scene, and then we meet with Robin Bandar. We were told that he was on the phone with Gallery at the time of her murder. How he was talking to her as she was driving home, and then he heard something. The line was still open, but there's nothing there. He's calling her name, Gallery doesn't respond, and he heard like a thud, and he was concerned that she may have been involved in a car accident. He drives to the townhome community where Gallery and her parents live, and he sees the police cars. Robin appeared to be upset, concerned, didn't know what happened. We explained to him that she's been shot. Guillory was murdered. After we concluded our scene investigation and the vehicle was removed, we walked to Guillory's parents' house to make a death notification. It was very emotional. Her mom just broke down, tears running down her face. Heartbreaking, for somebody to have to go through that.
When Robin Bandar shows up at the crime scene, he had been on the phone with her, so they have to take a good hard look at him to see if they have a motive, if they're upset, if he plays any part in all this.
Robin, he tells us that several years ago, he and Guillory had dated shortly, and now they were just good friends. He says she was driving home, probably a 45-minute drive, and they were on the phone the entire time. Guillory told him that she had been at Corey's, her boyfriend's house. And so we needed to talk to Corey because he was one of the last persons that saw Guillory alive. The next day, Corey came to the homicide division. We learned that Guillory met Corey while she was at school. The night this murder occurred, Corey said he didn't know Guillory was coming over that evening, that there was a knock at the door. When he answered the door, Guillory said, "I just wanted to surprise you." So he said they just hung out for a couple hours, and then she drove home. We polygraphed Corey Beavers. We think he's telling us the truth.
The initial impression by the police department is that these people are believable and that they're not involved in the murder of Guillory. But it's not a waste of time, because the more people you can talk to get a feel for what's going on in the victim's life, the better your investigation is going to proceed.
I remember it was early in the morning and I got a call. I was in shock. Who would have done something like this to her? You can't find anyone more likable than her. Guillory was always the life of every party. Guillory was born in Paris and grew up in Tehran, Iran. She was a force, passionate, lively, outspoken. Back in the day, there was a movement. This was right after an election in Iran, which was taken away, or at least that's how people felt. It was a one-party regime which told everybody what to do and how to live their life. So there were mass protests in Iran, and we just showed our support. In Houston, we worked together, planning events, hosting events, talked to the media. Our goal was to be the sound of the Iranian people, so people in the United States would be aware of what is happening. He was the one who would be there first and leave the last. Guillory was the forefront of every event. I think every person that was there knew her because she was very involved. People from her church, her school. It was just such an emotional moment.
After 5 more months of investigation, HPD is still searching for Guillory's killer. And then on November the 12th, 2012, a shocking 911 call is made.
911, hello?
Oh, ma'am, my husband's been shot.
Did he shoot himself or did somebody else shoot him?
No, ma'am, somebody shot him. He's terrifying. I hate my life. Why did God do this to me?
God wasn't the one that did it.
The caller is a frantic young woman named Nesreen Ursan. The victim is 28-year-old Cody Beavers, who's her husband. And to their surprise, law enforcement discovers he also happens to be the twin brother of Guillory's boyfriend, Corey.
I met with Nesreen, and I'll never forget what she said to me. She knew this was going to happen.
He always threatened that he'd pull a bullet between my eyes and between my boyfriend's eyes.
popped the vent off, there was these GPS devices.
One of them showed the date of Cody Beaver's murder.
My husband's been shot. There's blood all over the place.
I get a call about a body that's been found inside an apartment. When I arrived at Legacy Park Apartments, crime scene unit was there. They had the area taped off, and I was briefed by patrol of what they had so far. I'm told that there's a female, Nazreen Ursan, that came home from work and found her husband shot to death inside her apartment. His name was Cody Beavers. Did not see forced entry, and I go in. The victim was laying partially face down inside the living area. There looked like there had been a fight. Body looked like it had several strikes, indicating multiple shots. There was an AK-47 rifle that was leaning against the wall where the victim was found. One of his arms was actually reaching toward that weapon. I didn't really see anything that appeared to be missing. There's expensive items there, so it rules out robbery. It appeared to be a small caliber gun from multiple shots on the victim's body, but we didn't find any shell casings. Anytime a victim is found by his spouse, you're always going to start with, the spouse. And I met with Nazreen in my vehicle, and I'll never forget what she said to me. She told me, "Sergeant Duce, I have a lot to tell you if you're willing to listen to me." And I said, "We're going to go to our office." And that's where we went. And then we sat and talked. Nazreen told me that her and her husband, Cody, had met at school, and they had been married a short time before Cody was killed. She told me that they were afraid that this was going to happen, and that she was quite sure that her father, Ali Ursan, murdered Cody Beavers.
My dad always threatened that if he ever found out that I had a boyfriend, he'd pull a bullet between my eyes and between my boyfriend's eyes.
Nazreen explained to me that her father was a very devout Muslim from Jordan. Ursan had 12 kids from 2 people. He was very controlling, wanted to control her and any of her siblings' movement, wouldn't let her date, wouldn't let her go out with other people. And she and her siblings, as well as his second wife, Shamu, had been beaten and abused regularly by Ali Ursan. But Ali let Nazreen go to school at MD Anderson, and she got Americanized. She met Galleray, and she also met Corey Beavers, who introduced her to Cody Beavers. And they fell in love.
It's all right. I know it's hard.
Galleray, you have to wait.
At that time, Nazreen stopped being concerned about her father. She was seeking to live her life. She was seeking to not be held captive in the ways that Ali Ursan was trying to force her to live against her will. Ali Ursan found out about Nazreen seeing Cody Beavers, and he showed up at her school. He caught her, and then she was taken home and then not allowed to leave. He kept her hostage.
He was beating me almost every single day.
Your dad?
Yes.
But Ursan would make trips out of the country. He left and went to Jordan. While he did, Nazreen ended up climbing out of a bathroom window. She ran away to live with Cody Beavers. Ali Ursan returned from Jordan, and now he's looking for her. Cody and Nazreen secretly got married and found an apartment at Legacy Park Apartments in Houston. But Nazreen knew that her father was stalking them.
He knows where I work, but he also knew where I lived.
They described seeing Ali Ursan's silver van at Legacy Park Apartments, and that it would slow down and be outside watching. And so they would take precautions to park away from their apartment. They bought an AK-47 rifle because they were afraid of her father. Her and her husband, Cody, had a daily routine. She would get up and leave the house by 6 a.m.
He walks me to my car, and then I drive him close so that he can go up the stairs, and he's supposed to call me and tell me he's safe inside. But today he didn't call me. And I kept calling him and kept calling him.
How many times do you think you tried to call?
About 20, 25 times. I got home at about 4 or something. And I went in, and I was like, Cody, and I looked around, and he was in the corner on the ground, and there was blood everywhere.
And then Nazreen explained to me that she believed her father was also responsible for Gallaray's murder.
Nazreen tells the investigators that after she and Cody got married, her dad contacted Gallaray to try and find out where she was, but she would not give them any information.
She told him that he needed to leave Nazreen alone because she was doing the right thing. And this made him furious. And he said, I will get you. 3 nights later is when she was murdered. It is a unique thing for a person to be telling you that she knows that her father is responsible for not only the death of her husband, but also her best friend, because they dishonored him in his mind. I learned that Detective Richard Bolton was the lead investigator in Gallaray's murder.
Sergeant Doucet tells me, I got a guy that's being murdered. His name is Cody Beavers. His twin brother is Corey Beavers. Well, then, click. We know Corey Beavers. That's when we all come together, the FBI, the Houston Police Department, the Harris County Sheriff's Department, and because the Ursons live in Montgomery County, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, 12 people working this whole case.
When the information came out in the press that Cody and Gallaray's murders might be connected, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department just feel that sense of urgency because everybody wants to figure out what is the connection. It's somebody that knows them, who wants them both dead, so who is it?
We reach out to Ollie Urson, and he agrees to meet with us.
People believe that because of the relationships you have with Nazreen and not approving of her dating this guy that she's married to now, that you would cause harm to Nazreen.
I never given that impression.
We asked him if he knew Cody Beavers, and he denied that he'd ever met him.
Have you ever threatened her or her husband?
I have not talked to them at all.
Okay.
He said, no, we don't know nothing about it. You know, we asked him where they were at the time. Well, we were probably at home. We don't know.
Regarding the woman that was killed, Gallary, did you know her?
No.
You never heard of Gallary?
No.
As a friend of your daughter?
I don't know who's their friends. I don't know who they talk to. I don't know anything about them.
Ollie Ursan tried to come across as the caring father, just concerned about his daughter, but I've interviewed a lot of people, and his interview was deceptive.
Did you have anything to do with the death of Gallary?
I don't even know the woman. If I saw her, I wouldn't know her.
When I say the deception was there, he was showing signs. He had to step out several times to go smoke. He would repeat our questions to us.
I have nothing to do with that girl. I don't know her. I never saw her.
But ultimately, we didn't have the evidence we need to file murder charges on him.
You know, I wish I can do anything to help you guys.
My next step is I wanted a search warrant. I wanted to learn about him. I wanted to get into Ollie Ursan's world. We talked to Nazreen again, and she went through everything about her father.
Tell me what your dad's name is again.
He has multiple names, but the one he goes by is Ollie Ursan.
They learned that Ali immigrated to the United States in 1979, and he married an American girl who was only 17 years old, getting her GED at the time, named Robin Dahl. Robin Dahl later gave birth to 4 daughters named Nasima, Nadia, Nazreen, and Nada. In 1994, Ersan traveled to Jordan to find a new wife, and he returned with a teenage girl named Shamu.
He told my mother that he's just marrying that girl because he wants her to be a maid because my mom is blind. And in Islam, it's legal for him to marry more than one woman at a time.
Soon after Ersan returned with his new wife, his other wife, Robin, left him. She left behind the 4 children she had had with Ali Ersan with him. And he continued on to start a second family with Shamu, and they had 8 more children. And they all lived together on a compound outside of Houston in Conroe, Texas.
What business is your daddy?
He claims to be disabled. He has a lot of money.
From?
Many different criminal activities that he does. Fraudulent claims.
Nesreen told us this unbelievable story of how her father was this serial fraudster who had defrauded airlines, doing fraudulent lost baggage claims, public assistance agencies, food stamps, Social Security, identity theft. It just went on and on and on.
Ali Ersan and his wife, Shamu, they played the system, is what Nesreen described.
So we executed the search warrant for Ali's property.
We wanted to get to where we could file charges on Ali Ersan and his wife, Shamu, for fraud, and get them in custody, get them separated to where we could talk with them and possibly even work them against each other.
We recover almost 200 credit cards. That's somewhere in Ali's name and the rest of them in other family members' names.
We were able to get enough information on the fraud case to where we could file charges. Once we're able to get Ersan in custody for the financial crimes, now we're at a race against time because he's only going to be in custody for a certain amount of time on a financial crime, and we're still trying to find the evidence we need to file capital murder charges on him.
That's too good.
We tried to interview Ali Ersan, but he would start, grabbing his chest.
Sir, what kind of problems are you having?
He's faking a heart attack to keep from being interviewed. And that happened several times.
After Ali Ersan refuses to answer any more questions, investigators decide to listen through all of his jail calls.
One of the calls that we recovered is him speaking with his son, Nassim.
Nassim, listen to me, baby. I'm a very, very bad man. I don't know how many lives have to be lost. I'm a very, very dangerous man. God knows it's going to World War II.
The investigators begin to wonder if Ali Ersan's son Nassim is possibly involved in the murders.
Listen to me. We need you. You are the man of the house.
There were a few people that knew, and now they can't speak.
We thought maybe this is Nassim Ersan getting as close as you possibly can to confessing to murdering people without saying their names or saying I pulled the trigger.
We didn't have enough evidence to file capital murder charges on them. But in the evidence from the search warrant, there's an envelope that had been found in the glove box of Ali Ersan's van, and written in handwriting is the license plate of Gala Ray's vehicle.
This leads the investigators to do a search for any traffic stops in the area on the night of Gala Ray's murder.
Shut your door for me.
And they find a traffic stop where Ali Ersan is speeding in the area on the very night of Gala Ray's murder.
That wife in the car? Yes. Okay. Here's your backseat passenger. Which one?
Well, lo and behold, from the time our 911 call for Guillory's murder to that stop was like 40-something minutes.
The time of Gala Ray's murder compared to the time on that traffic stop, that would have added up to the amount of time it would have taken them to get to that point.
And they were in the same kind of car that a witness described seeing speeding away from the murder.
At that time, we had surveillance on the Ersan family, on their movement, learned about their vehicles, learned everything that we could about them.
With FBI's resources, we have some aerial surveillance of Ali's sons hiding something that appears to be a secret compartment on top of the roof. There was a vent on Ali's house. It's like the eve of your house. Based off this surveillance, got another search warrant, went back to Ali's house, and we're up on top of the roof looking for this hidden compartment. But you could tell that the vent had been tampered with. When we popped the vent off, there was these GPS devices that had been placed up inside that eave of the house. You know, the ones that you used to sit on your dashboard when you drive around.
Those GPS units were submitted to the FBI forensic laboratory where they were processed. One of them showed the date of Cody Beaver's murder. The location that it went to was Legacy Park Apartments.
The Legacy Park Apartments is where Cody and Nazreen were living when he was murdered. Now, Ali Ersan can be directly linked to the capital murders of both Galaray and Cody. So, friends of mine were appointed special prosecutors of the case.
Ali Ersan was charged with capital murder of Galaray Bagherzadeh and Cody Beavers, and his son Nassim and Shamu, Ali Ersan's second wife, who were charged with the murder of Galaray Bagherzadeh. As we were getting closer to trial, we were missing a first account, some eyewitness that could say, I saw Ali Ersan with a gun. Shamu, we felt, had all that evidence. Shamu had time away from Ali Ersan, that she'd been sitting in jail for quite a long period of time. Some part of his control over her had been broken, and she knew she had to tell the story. So we approached her attorney and asked if she wanted to cooperate. They said yes. And at that point, Shamu was forthcoming.
Defense was Alan Tanner and Rudy Duarte. Very talented and very thorough, definitely formidable opponents.
We felt the defense would definitely play on the cultural religious tenet, and the fact the case was very circumstantial.
Pretty sure the fallback defense is picking apart the prosecutor's case piece by piece, witness by witness, and arguing reasonable doubt.
I want the jury to understand that Ali Ersan was responsible because we all believe Ali Ersan's a dangerous guy. We thought that if he were to get out, he would probably retaliate against every person involved.
Four years after Ali Ersan is arrested, he goes on trial for the capital murders of Galaray and Cody. The Harris County Courthouse was still closed from damage from Hurricane Harvey, so they tried the case at the federal courthouse. Because the federal courtroom was so small, they only allowed the cameras in for the first day.
This isn't an attack on the Muslim religion. This is one man and one family's extremist views that were taken to the extreme.
In the past, I handled 2 cases involving religion. Defendants named Bhageshwarna and Sharma, and also Pastor James Eugene Tucker. In those cases, you try to walk the line of not belittling or demeaning anybody's religion while making the point that what this is really about is one man's control or power.
He wanted to kill all of those involved in bringing shame and dishonor in his mind to his family. We wanted the jury to understand the evidence was pretty overwhelming, like the GPS devices that Ali and Shamu had on their car really laid out an unbelievable number of trips to these locations that the only explanation for them being there is to stalk and kill these people.
She's going to tell you she was kidnapped. She's going to tell you she was handcuffed and beaten by her mother, Shamu. She's going to tell you all sorts of things, and I don't believe them. And it's up to you to decide if you believe her.
There is a lot of testimonial evidence. And so the defense strategy was to discredit those folks and to point the finger in other directions if they could.
Listen to what they have to say and weigh it out and see if you think they are telling the truth or if they are lying.
One of the most powerful and important witnesses in this case is Nazreen. Nazreen's testimony is very important to explaining the mentality of her father and growing up with that man.
You can see the fear in her as she's walking in the courtroom to take the stand.
She said that Ali definitely ruled with an iron fist when someone disobeyed or did something he didn't approve of. The beatings were severe. And she said that where the Ersan family lived, it was a compound where he controlled who came in, who left, and what happened while they were there.
It's the defense lawyer's turn to cross-examine Nesreen. Their goal is to try and poke holes in her story, to poke holes in her credibility, while making her father seem a little more sympathetic.
Alan Tanner is cross-examining Nesreen. He's doing a great job of bringing out, hey, he wasn't all bad. He did some good things. He, for instance, gave y'all pets. You remember this? And she agrees, yes, he gave us a pet. And you remember at one point he bought you a monkey, a pet monkey. Yes, I remember that. And then he killed it. I thought, well, that didn't go the way they planned.
There's only one person who can give an inside account of both of the murders of Galaray and Cody. Ali Ersan's second wife, Shmoo.
Shmoo was with him each time and knew what was happening, the planning, the plotting, the thought process, the facts of the brutal murders. She did not want to testify in front of him. She was still scared of him, and she was scared actually of her own sons. I had asked her to please look at me and not look at him to try and alleviate some of the fear. She laid out when Ali decided it was the night that Galaray was going to die. They saw Galaray leave the Beaver's address, and they followed her.
When she went back there to turn around, they blocked her in. The same's the one that went up there and shot her.
Shmoo laid out the morning of Cody's death. She said they knew at that time from making various runs that Cody didn't lock the apartment when he walked Nesreen down to her car. And so she detailed they were waiting for them to leave the apartment, going upstairs and laying in wait for Cody to come back. Just her matter-of-fact demeanor and laying it all out, it was shocking. The defense's position was she was just lying and she was trying to get revenge. She got a deal, and so she was just going to say or do whatever to benefit herself. The problem with the defense's line of attack was it wasn't just Shmoo's word that we had. We have the GPS. So there was objective evidence to back up what she was saying.
The state rested their case, and then the defense called Ali Ersan to the stand. You gotta believe that his lawyers advised him not to do that, but they probably knew no one's ever been able to tell Ali Ersan what to do.
He presents himself as an adoring father that wanted his children to make good decisions that would go along with the Muslim faith, and that he was not happy about what Nesreen had done, but he certainly would never have harmed her.
He's trying to say that Nesreen, she's the reason he's here. She is making a lot of this up, and that she's the dangerous one.
We're fearful that the jury's going to think Ali Ersan is an affable older gentleman, patriarch of his family, loves his children. That is what he wants to portray to the jury. But I know Ali Ersan is about power and control. Most of the times when you're cross-examining a witness, you're asking questions such as their yes or no. You're not really allowing them to expand on their answers. I knew Ali was never going to do that, but I knew how important it was to maintain my composure and just continually ask my questions until I got an answer. Not what he wanted to tell the jury, but an answer to my question. It was justice that a woman got to cross-examine Ali Ersan. Ali does not think much of women. He certainly does not think that they should be allowed to question him. He did let his irritation for the way I was conducting my cross-examination be known to the jury.
He is staring daggers at Marie Prim, and he's got 2 pencils in his hand.
He looked at me and angrily busted the pencils, and it scared the jury for my safety. I thought, who better to convince the jury of what kind of person you are than yourself? And you just did it. In my closing statement, in the murder of Galaray Bagherzadeh and Cody Beavers, I want the jury to know there is not a tenet of the Islam faith that told Ali Ersan to commit these acts of cruelty. The decision should not be a conviction of the Islam faith, It's a judgment on Ali Ersan.
The prosecutors had to walk a fine line since religion is so involved with all this, but really when it comes down to it, this was never about religion or God. It was about the power and control and arrogance of one man, and they did a beautiful job explaining that to the jury.
I don't think the jury was out an hour, and they found him guilty.
It was a long time coming. A testament to all of the hard work put in by the prosecutors and all the investigators that worked on this case.
I think it brought more relief to the community. They just wanted justice.
Mr. Ersan, we believed, was the most culpable of the crimes, therefore deserved the most punishment.
In the punishment phase of the trial, the jury has to consider two factors. The first is Ali Ersan going to be a future threat to society? The second consideration is, are there any mitigating factors in this man's entire life that because of that, life is more deserving than the death penalty?
We brought Ali's first wife, Robin, who was Nesreen's mother, to testify.
The state is allowed to bring in any witness from any point in Ali Ersan's life to further describe what kind of a man he is.
Robin testified about how they had met.
I was 17, and then the people I was staying with kicked me out of their house. I just first met him, and he raped me. I was kind of ashamed. And then after that, he says, "Now I have to marry you."
He essentially rapes her and turns it into a forced relationship. She had 4 children with him.
He found that my mom was looking for me, and he took me to a different county. And he didn't let me know that she was looking for me. And he threatened me with a knife.
Robin testified that he had abused her, threatened her with weapons, tried to kill her.
He scared me a lot. I tried to get away many times.
Next, in the punishment phase, we called Nesreen back on the stand. Nesreen says Cody Beavers is not the first son-in-law Ali Ersan killed. He killed his first son-in-law back in 1999.
Nesreen says she had an older sister named Nasima, and Nasima was living at home and had met a friend of Ali's, and she kind of liked him. He had approached Ali and asked for her hand in marriage, and Ersan said no. Ersan was a Sunni Muslim, and this friend was a Shiite Muslim, and there's no way he was going to let him marry his daughter. Ali Ersan went to Jordan. They eloped to Dallas. They got married. So when Ersan returned home, he called him and he says, "Come over, let's talk about it." Nesreen was 14 at the time. She was in the house. He made all the family get in the back room. So Nesreen could hear what was going on, but she couldn't see. And she said she heard a loud shot from a shotgun, and then she heard 2 smaller shots, like from a smaller caliber weapon. Ali Ersan called Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and said, "He pulled a gun on me. I had to defend myself."
The police at the time didn't do much investigation into it. There was a gun there that fit the story that Ali had given them.
Ali Ersan knows what he's doing when he's talking to law enforcement.
The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office took Ali Ersan at his word, self-defense. It was never presented to a grand jury, and Ali got cleared in that.
For the trial, we put together the crime scene evidence from that case that wasn't looked at back in 1999. The way it's described to the police, the victim's angry and Ali just shoots him and he falls where he is. But crime scene photos demonstrate that the victim had been in a different position for a long period of time. You could see the blood going down and then turning. The scene had been adjusted. This was important in terms of, again, played into the theme of you're going against my wishes, you're dishonoring me, you're dishonoring the family, you're dishonoring the religion. And Ali Ersan's not going to let that slide.
In the punishment phase of the trial, the defense has a hard battle, but they try to humanize Ali Ersan as much as they can.
What the defense has to do is try to give the jury something that they can feel is mitigating on behalf of Mr. Urson. They want the jury to have a reason not to sentence him to death.
And they do that by flying in some relatives of his from Jordan and also by putting Ali Urson's grown sons on the witness stand.
A couple of his sons testified about what a great guy he was, but I can see that the jury understands that's not the way that the evidence played out. Clearly, he was abusive.
What stood out in my mind was how brainwashed these boys were. That almost made me sad.
Urson's response was calm as the judge read the sentence, death by execution. In the words of Cody Beaver's mother, her son's murder and that of Guillory Bagherzadeh were the acts of an evil coward, and the verdict a victory.
That's a strange feeling to get a verdict where they sentence a person to death. It's a pretty powerful and emotional thing for everybody. Ali's sentence was important in terms of the other defendants having the opportunity to see what was potentially coming. It led to Nassim pleading guilty. He got 40 years, and Shmoo got a deal for her testimony.
Prior to the trial, Ali Urson's wife, Shmoo, pled to a lesser offense of felony kidnapping for that time when they held Nasreen captive at the house. She's expected to be eligible for parole in 2026. To have to walk into the courtroom and testify against that monster while he's glaring at her took some courage. And I think that everybody appreciates that she's a victim in this case also.
I was left with a lot of admiration for Nasreen Urson and for Robin Dahl, his first wife. Those are probably the strongest women that I've ever met in my entire life. To be able to stand up to a man that you know has no problem killing somebody. They refuse to be ruled by his cruelty. And to me, that's amazing.
Cody Beavers and Guillory Bagherzadeh never would have imagined that this could happen to them. Human nature says, well, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are friends with or who you fall in love with. It's just, that's the way it is. But there are some people that cuts against their beliefs enough that it's worth killing somebody.
These prosecutors did a phenomenal job. They had a lot to deal with politically and religiously, and they handled all that. If anybody deserved the death penalty, Ali Urson did.
Cody Beaver's mother and the family got to stand there and watch him being walked out on his way to death row. And she hugged my neck and she thanked me. And it was like fulfillment, you know, it's like a lot of work, but we got there. It was sad to see a young couple, how happy they were, how happy she was, and how her life was changed. They took her husband, her love.
This one? How to survive the end of the world.
There are always bad people doing bad things. And then there are people like Guillory. Guillory could have changed the world. She could definitely have an impact. She was full of life. I think Guillory was very brave. She always did what she thought was the right thing to do.